Yes, you did. Ooh, so girl, if you talk like you walk, come and talk to me. But look here, it would break my heart, break my heart, break my heart if I find out you can't move. You better show me now, show me now, show me now. 'Cause when I take it to the floor, ooh, you gotta get down. You know what to do. Hey, Mr. DJ, play a song for this pretty little lady. 'Cause if she dances good as she look right now, I just might make her my baby. I just might make her my baby. Hey, I just might. Oh, I just might. But first, may I just say that your face got me so intrigued. I'm so intrigued. But what good is beauty if your booty can't find the beach? I don't wanna know, girl, so please don't do that to me. 'Cause it would break my heart, break my heart, break my heart if I find out you can't move. You better show me now, show me now, show me now. 'Cause when I take it to the floor, ooh, you gotta get down. You know what to do. Hey, Mr. DJ, play a song for this pretty little lady. 'Cause if she dances good as she look right now, I just might make her my baby. I just might make her my baby. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. This the part where you break it all the way down, 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 down. This the part where I turn you all the way around, round, round, round. Put some spirit in it, put your heart into it. That's all I need. And if I like what I see, you're coming home with me. Hey, Mr. DJ, play a song for this pretty little lady. 'Cause if she dances good as she look right now, I just might make her my baby. I just might make her my baby. Hey, Mr. DJ, play a song for this pretty little lady. 'Cause if she dances good as she look right now, I just might make her my baby. I just might make her my baby. Hey, I just might. Oh, I just might.
I took an arrow to the heart. I never kissed a mouth that tastes like yours. Strawberries and something more. Ooh yeah, I want it all. Lipstick on my guitar. Fill up the engine, we can drive real far. Go dancing underneath the stars. Ooh yeah, I want it all. Got me feeling like I wanna be that guy. I wanna kiss your eyes. I wanna drink that smile. I wanna feel like my soul's on fire. I wanna stay up all day and all people say, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're closer, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back. Baby, you burn so hot, you make me shiver with the fire. You got this thing we started, I don't want it to stop. You know you make me shiver. Baby, you burn so hot, you make me shiver with the fire. You got this thing we started, I don't want it to stop. You know you make me shiver. Got me singing like, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're closer, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back. Oh no, say, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're closer, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back. Yeah.
They told him, don't you ever come around here. Don't wanna see your face, you better disappear. The fire's in their eyes and their words are really clear. So beat it, just beat it. You better run, you better do what you can. Don't wanna see no blood, don't be a macho man. You wanna be tough, better do what you can. So beat it, but you wanna be bad, just beat it. Beat it, no one wants to beat it. Sure and hot, funky, strong as your fighter. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right, just beat it.
Wow, what an incredible crowd. Thank you all so much for being here at the Politico Speakeasy. We are at the GLOBSEC Forum this morning, and we are incredibly proud to bring you some incredible side programming that we're going to be doing throughout the next couple of days. So welcome. Pull up a chair, grab a coffee, and I'm going to go ahead and introduce, first of all, myself. I'm Christina Gonzalez. I'm the executive producer of Politico's events for Europe. But nobody wants to hear from me. We have far more interesting guests lined up. So in order to introduce our first special guest, I want to welcome to the stage my colleague, Zoya Shevtalovich. She is going to introduce our very first guest. Thank you. Help me welcome them to the stage.
Good morning, folks. Thank you so much for joining us today, especially when the main stage entertainment is also very good. This is a great sign. I'm here to interview Joseph Aschbacher. He is the head of the European Space Agency, the Director General, and we're going to be talking about the race for space, really, but I'm going to start with something a little bit more fun, shall we say. Joseph, thank you for being here with us today. You've spent more than 3 decades at the European Space Agency, at the European Commission, at international space institutions, so you should be pretty well placed to answer this. Which piece of sci-fi technology would you create right now in the real world if you could?
Oh, that's a tough one. So first of all, thank you, Zoya, and very happy to be here. Which piece of space sci-fi technology? All of you, of course, know 2001 Space Odyssey. There's a lot of sci-fi technologies there. One that is on the way to becoming reality and will soon become full reality is obviously HAL, the AI-driven computer or AI system. which had a bit of a malicious touch, as you all know. But I think this type of technology is certainly something to come and already happening. We have it already. We have AI on our space missions. We have one that goes to an asteroid, the Hera mission, which is fully capable of detecting its environment, seeing, because it goes actually to two asteroids. It's a pair of asteroids, one flying around the other one. And an asteroid is not just a simple rock. There are rocks around it, so it's really quite dangerous, if I may say, for a satellite to fly there. And the AI system, of course, coupled with sensors, need to detect where are we, what do we need to do, and to make a decision on the spot whether I can now fly here, can release one of the other satellites to land on the surface. And if we wouldn't have AI and onboard decision making, you couldn't do that, because then you would collide, because the signal from the satellite to Earth and back takes more than 20 minutes. So you cannot wait 20 minutes for a decision, so it has to be done on the spot. So AI is everywhere, and yes, the Space Odyssey has shown this many years ago. It's quite impressive how visionary this movie was, and now these pieces of science fiction or mystery becoming reality.
So we're living science fiction. Well, speaking of living science fiction, Elon Musk and SpaceX, they have transformed essentially the whole field of space now. And they've put a lot of this really key technology, which used to be mainly concentrated in government hands, into private hands. Are you concerned about the fact that some of the key leaders in the industry are actually, well, billionaires and not governments?
Not at all. I think that's exactly what we want to achieve. And I think NASA has done a tremendous job to really create this environment through what is called the COTS program, where they really have been encouraging industry to develop technology, where NASA and other public entities, Space Force and other US government entities have become the customer. And they said, look, I don't want to design the rocket from beginning to the end myself. I would like to be a customer. I want to buy launch services, and I let industry to take the initiative. And this is exactly what happened. Of course, now we are 24 years in the making of it, of SpaceX, but that's exactly what NASA was promoting, to have themselves as a customer, as a very sophisticated, intelligent customer of space hardware, space infrastructure to develop. And yes, this is also what we do in Europe. By the way, we are having European Launcher Challenge in the launcher segment, but also in many other segments where more and more, of course, we use our engineering sophistication and really excellence in the house to help industry to grow and industry to become more mature in terms of technologies, but also give them initiative and responsibility. And this is what's happening worldwide. And of course, SpaceX is probably the example where it is best displayed and best, I would say, put into reality. But yes, this is great. And I think this is something where we as governments, ESA is the collection of 23 governments. That means we are an intergovernmental organization where we have set the frame. We say we would like to have a mission that is, for example, bringing or exploiting or using science on the moon surface. We set the frame, we set the funding, but then a lot of commercial companies are delivering bits and pieces in order to make this happen.
But is it not a worry that someone like Musk, who has been pretty political, pretty vocal about his politics, and who has said and threatened to, for instance, turn off access to Ukraine, turn off access elsewhere to his various satellites, to the telecoms networks that Ukraine relies on, is it not a worry that someone like that might be in control, in ultimate control of some of this really sophisticated stuff? Because the space race is not just about space exploration, it's also about warfare and weaponry. It is shifting. Is it right that someone like Elon Musk can sort of switch something off like that?
Zoe, what you're mentioning is exactly the discussion I had with my government, with my ministers and politicians in the preparation of the ministerial conference of ESA, which we had in November last year. And that's exactly the point. And the conclusion, there was a long discussion, and believe me, with all different elements and shades in the discussion. But the conclusion really was that, yes, we see that. We see that happening. Of course, SpaceX is not a European company, so Europe has no government control, no regulatory control. But we see that this is, for us, I would say, a very nice wake-up call to really think, what does Europe need for its own autonomy and for its own strength? And this is exactly the discussion that we had. Does Europe need to be more autonomous in some domains, whether this is telecommunications or navigation or Earth observation or also exploration or not? And this question is being debated right now. But I have to say that I was having very intense, really good discussions with the politicians to see all that. And the result actually has proven that, yes, the answer was very clear, very loud. Yes, Europe needs more autonomy. We need to step up to strengthen our capabilities, and that's what we have done. We've got 31% more budget at the ministerial in November compared to the previous ministerial, 31%. In times like these, where the economies of many countries are really, really under pressure, is a huge signal, a very clear signal that yes, Europe needs to step up and needs to really participate much more actively in this space ecosystem that is developing.
It is a huge boost to the budget, but nonetheless, Europe is certainly starting from behind here. Is it possible to catch up at this point? Because the US, China, they've been investing heavily for a while, working with companies like SpaceX, the Chinese sort of state-controlled entities as well. Like, can Europe get there?
I mean, don't make me frustrated by putting the picture so clearly in front of me, but yes, it is a huge catch-up that we have to do. I'll give you the figures just to make it very clear. If you take the public funding in space worldwide, it's about 120 billion. 60% of it is spent in the United States by NASA, by the Space Force, and by other public entities. 60%. Europe is about 10%. So you see the ratio, the relationship. That means that Europe has 1/6 of the funding in the public side in space. Globally, on the ratio between public and private funding is about 80% public, 20% private, because also many of the services private companies are offering are paid by governments, either defense or other public services. So that means the public sector is the driving element of defining space activities worldwide, and there Europe has a huge gap to fill and to step up. And so if the factor is 1/6, how can you catch up? And this is exactly your question. You can catch up with three things. Of course, number one, more funding. And this is what we are actually successfully pursuing now. ESA ministerial I mentioned, but also nationally, there's a lot of funding now spent in some of the countries. I take Germany as one example, 35 billion within 5 years on space for defense. It's quite remarkable, but also other countries, even the country here, Czech Republic, but also Spain, Poland, Italy, and many, many other countries are really investing very significantly. France, by the way, as well. So this is happening. So funding, yes, but we have to be faster and more bold in order to do that. Number two, acceleration. Speed. And this is something where Europe really has to make a change. This is a mindset change, and this is a cultural change that we need to apply. I do it within ESA, the European Space Agency. I'm accelerating processes within ESA, but of course, this is the whole space ecosystem that needs to be accelerated. And number three, defragmentation, or sometimes I call it a bit less polite, debureaucratization, that we need to be less bureaucratic, simpler, but still, of course, having quality and accountability as pillars that we should not touch and should have always consider as our guiding principles. But within this, we can debureaucratize and simplify a lot. And this is also necessary. And there, again, Europe has to really make a huge change. If we are not making big changes, we will never catch up. We will always run behind. And this is, of course, a big risk. And this is exactly what we are discussing with decision makers to do. We have, I think, if I may say so, and this is obviously driven also by the international situation you have outlined very clearly, we have in Europe now really recognized the severity and the need to accelerate. Sometimes I say Europe has a beautiful sleeping beauty, very beautiful, very sophisticated, excellent industry, excellent capacities, but a bit slow. And I think this sleeping beauty is now really waking up and starts running. And this is what happens. And I think this is, yes, I'm certainly help accelerating from my side, but this needs many people and many entities to really work along the same line.
Do you think, considering that context and considering the fact that we've now seen from the war in Ukraine, the extent to which space is becoming a militarized space, really, do you think Europe has it in itself to get to the point where it can compete from that perspective? Because we all know that Europe is trying to prepare to be self-sufficient in the defense industry in the next few years. they've set various targets, 2030, 2035. But is that going to happen in space when you consider how far ahead? I mean, we're talking about such a massive gap. Can we close that gap quickly enough?
I mean, it's never a black and white question. It's not a yes or no question. There are many segments where Europe is excellent and is world leading and even has the best programs in the world. I take Galileo, which produces the most accurate signal in the world for navigation and timing, position navigation and timing. And there we have a world leading program. I take Earth observation as another example where we have one of the best, if not the best, Earth observation systems worldwide with not only Copernicus, but also the Earth Explorers and the Meteor missions combined. We deliver 350 terabytes of data to any place in the world for free and open. So there we have really, I would say, a status developed over the years that is world-class, top-class, and we're extremely good. There are other domains where we need to catch up, and that's exactly what you're mentioning. Can we catch up? It's exactly the same story again. Yes, we need to really put much more pressure behind, and yes, this is a huge effort. It's not just happening by its own, and defense and security helps us. The threat that we see, right and left, that means east and west, or in different places, including the Middle East, that we realize how critical this technology is as part of an integrated defense architecture. Space is one element, not the only one, is one element of an integrated system with connectivity, combining space assets with drones, with aircraft, with assets on the ground. And yes, space will play a more and more important role, absolutely. And yes, we are there, we have recognized it, and of course now we have to do it.
To what extent are European satellites coming under hybrid threat? So from cyber attacks, etc. We've seen kind of the conversation around that growing. We know that that's something that's happening. Are you seeing an increase in cyber attacks affecting European satellites or space assets?
Not satellite space assets, I would say it's really knock on wood, but of course cyber attacks are becoming more frequent everywhere. Also in space, not only in Europe, everywhere, because it's a sector that is growing, that is raising more attention, and therefore, of course, the attacks are much higher. However, this, of course, also means that we have to protect much better. And there we are putting, and I don't want to be too precise at this place here, but yes, of course, we need to protect much better. We need to invest in cybersecurity. We need to protect in securing our assets on the ground in space and all in all the aspects, including our industrial chain that we are working with. So yes, there's a lot to be done, and this has become a big attention also within Europe and within the European Space Agency.
And where is that the greatest challenge, the greatest risk coming from? Is it from Russia? Is it from China, Iran, elsewhere?
Well, these cybersecurity threats, as you mentioned, they are difficult to localize. They are very anonymous. Of course, we have our suspicions. I don't want to point the finger to one or the other place because they are very dispersed and very difficult to really localize because they are camouflaging themselves extremely well. But yes, the assumptions are very clearly that the current geopolitical tensions that we see are also increasing cyber threats.
I want to return to the question of the transatlantic relationship in space. There have been several spats between Europe and the US, and we had an interview that Politico had with the head of the FTC in which he said that he would basically that the US would consider retaliation, significant retaliation, if Europe favored its own companies in this arena over American companies, or if it enacted any sort of discriminatory policies. At the same time, there is this conversation about favoring European companies for instance, licenses. And that's something that Europe is considering because to stay competitive, you need to potentially favor European companies. How concerned are you about these threats that come from the FTC head, that come from the Trump administration, about Europe attempting to prop up its own enterprises in the space arena?
Okay, first of all, this is a political discussion. It's not really for me to answer, but I can tell you the procurement rules that we have in the European Space Agency, they're crystal clear. We have a system within ESA, for example, that governments are investing in ESA programs. We define the large programs and governments are providing funding for that, actually in a way that it's, we call it the optional program, so they can put as much money into these programs as they wish. Which means that we have to have extremely attractive programs in order for them to put money in. And as I just said before, it works very well because we got a big budget increase in the last ministerial compared to before. But the rule is very simple. money put into ESA, we are not spending it in-house in ESA, we are contracting to industry. And there the rule is very clear. European money goes to European industry, and I think this is certainly happening in developing space technology. That does not mean that we are not, of course, using other technologies from outside, from the US and other countries, on information technologies, on cloud services and so on. This is part of our normal business. But in terms of the investments in hardware or satellite instruments, yes, there we, of course, we invest in this. Having said that, we have very strong and very intense cooperation with NASA, for example, with the United States, but also with other countries. I take Japan, I take the UAE, I take Canada. Canada is a cooperating state in the European Space Agency, and by their status as cooperating state, they can participate in all our programs. So we have international cooperation. We have 600 international agreements as ESA, between ESA and other entities around the world. So we are actually the space agency with the largest number of international agreements and cooperations with almost anyone who is working in space. So there we have very strong links, and the United States is a very strong partner. We work with them on a daily level, from all the way from exploration to science to Earth observation in many domains.
And if you had to choose, what would you want to invest the most money into? Of all the things all the priorities, where do you think Europe might have that competitive edge to take on some of those world players?
Okay, I gave you the figures before for what's the gap between Europe and the US in terms of funding. If I could have a wish, I would ask the decision makers to multiply our investment by a factor of 2 at least, if not 3, in order to really come closer. But it's not only money, because the money has to be wisely invested. You need to build up capacity, you need to build up industry, you have to offer, of course, very exciting programs, and they have a long wish list, if I may say so, of what we could do. I think we are, as I mentioned, already extremely good in Earth observation, in navigation, in space science. There we are, I would say, top class. Where I really would need to see more funds coming in and more investments is on the launcher side. Very clearly, we have a good launcher now, but we need to reinforce this segment significantly. On secure communication, you mentioned Starlink. We're building up a European system. This needs reinforcement and acceleration, very clearly. And of course, on using space for defense. This is the new frontier, if I may call it this way, where a lot needs to be done across the board.
And speaking of that very topic, what do you think is the greatest risk if we don't catch up? Like, let's say the funding doesn't increase. Let's say this is as much as we're going to get and that gap stays 6-1. What is the biggest risk there for Europe from a defense perspective?
There is no alternative. We have to do it. This is not, for me, a plan B that we discuss what if not. We have to work on this, and this is my day job and the day job of many of my colleagues. We are every single day, every single minute, first of all, laying out the importance of it. I think that is now well understood. But then, of course, working with all the stakeholders to make this happen. It's not only the funding, I said, it's really funding, fragmentation, innovation that needs to be pushed forward, because innovation can help you making big steps, big jumps, if you have very innovative, very clever solutions. And Europe is pretty good on this. We have one of the most innovative space industries worldwide. They are recognized in the US, in Japan, in many other countries as being top level and really extremely good. But I think this is really something where we have to work across the border. But yes, I really think that we just have to keep working on it. For me, not succeeding is not an option.
So if Elon Musk picks up the phone to you and calls you tomorrow and says, Josef, let's build something together, you're picking up and doing it?
Of course, I will. I'm always open for any discussions, and I will always do that.
Thank you so much, Josef, for your time. Really appreciate the discussion. What I'm hearing is money, money, money yesterday. Folks, thank you for being in the room here with us. Don't go anywhere. Next up, my colleague Chris Lunde will speak with Karol Reška, the Chief of the General Staff of the Czech Armed Forces. So that's going to be a fascinating discussion. Thank you, folks, for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to take my drink with me.
Just feel it. You have to show them that you're really not scared. You're playing with your life. This ain't no truth or dare. They'll kick you, then they beat you, they'll tell you it's fair. So feel it. But you wanna be bad. Just feel it.
Welcome back to the Politico Speakeasy here at the GLOBSEC Forum. I'm Christina Gonzalez, executive producer of Politico's Events for Europe, and I am very pleased to already bring you our second conversation on the stage here today. So please help me welcome my colleague, Chris Linde, who is our defense reporter, who is going to introduce you to our next guest. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Christina, please. If I may, General. Thank you for being here. Karl Reka, Chief of the General Staff of the Czech Armed Forces. It's a pleasure to have you here at the Speakeasy. I'm Chris Linde, obviously. I report about defense here at Politico. And I would like to kind of get forward into our discussion first, talking in about several defense pressures kind of happening at once that happened for all of Europe, but also at the same time involving the Czech Republic. We have Russia's war readiness timeline. We have questions over mobilization and reserves, the future of the Czech support for Ukraine, the F-35 transition, training Ukrainian troops, defense spending. It's a whole basket. It's a big amount of challenges that we're all having to deal with right now, but you're also feeling it from the very front as you are a part leading the military. So from your seat in Prague, I'd like to get an understanding a bit better as to what is changing fastest in the Czech defense planning right now.
Well, I think what at least I tried, and I think we managed to do it, what was changing fastest was the mindset. Because after the Russian full-scale invasion to Ukraine, everything changed. We got a completely new tasking. So previously, before that, the old tasking was, hey, this was the out-of-area operations, crisis response operations era, and our national strategic tasking and documents were telling us, hey, don't be preparing for the large-scale conflict, because that's not going to happen in Europe. It's very unlikely. You will have a sufficient warning time, at least 10 to 15 years, and if we see the indications, then you can start, basically. So it was logistics just in time, get rid of everything you're not using right now, and it's completely different. So we cut the mandatory service, we didn't establish this system for generating reserves, and we didn't change any legislation. So basically, after the full-scale invasion, there was a wake-up call, we got a new national security strategy, national defense strategy, and there was a tasking for us, hey, start getting ready for the large-scale, high-intensity armed conflict with a technologically advanced enemy who may possess nuclear weapons, and at the same time saying, hey, Russia is the threat, and is the greatest threat to us. That means basically start getting ready for the war with Russia.
So going exactly on that point, you've warned about this in the past, that Russia could be ready to test NATO within the coming years, right? A lot of other countries speak about 2030 or 2029 as kind of the target point where that incursion could happen at the earliest. What do you think the most urgent thing the Czech Republic must do this year, not by 2029 or not by 2030, to prepare for that actual possibility?
What the Czech Republic has to do, you mean?
Yeah.
There's too many things we need to do, but I think what we need to do the most is to admit that problem at the political level, and finally start looking for the political and societal consensus. So we need to say, okay, well, this is the situation, this is the threat, it's real, this needs to be done. We may fight over anything else, but these few things are untouchable, and we'll all work for it over the long term. And that hasn't happened yet, and you cannot do anything without that consensus. So that's maybe more theoretical, but it's actually that's very practically needed. Mm-hmm. And then as a military fight tonight, yes, we have to have a plans, because we won't get all the capabilities we need over the next, let's say, 5-6 years. That's impossible, because we didn't work properly, and we were not preparing the defense over the long term. So we definitely need to boost. We need to look for fast solutions. We need to get the supplies. We need to refill the personnel. We need to re-establish some kind of system which would generate enough of the reserves, which we don't have right now. And I think this is the most pressing, basically.
I mean, how do you actually feel about that whole 2029, 2030 timeline? Because if I were sitting in the Kremlin right now and I was hearing, German generals, Danish generals, or somebody in France saying, 2029 is the point of incursion, I would be thinking, how do I get that done quicker? If I really want to test NATO, how do I get the incursion done quicker? Do you think that that's actually the right way to kind of frame this for society to understand the threat assessment?
I think you need to have a well-informed society which supports the effort. I think we need to be clear on what are our shared values, what we are willing to protect at all costs, and we need to talk about it, and we need to have a well-informed society which understands there are the threats, and then the society will drive the political decisions because they are the voters, And so I think we really need a sense of urgency. But don't get me wrong, we have problems, yes. But if it comes, we will fight with whatever we have as a military. I think really what we need to have that sense of urgency, because if it's not about military, it's about the whole of society. If you're preparing for the large-scale conflict or crisis, the one like we see in Ukraine, it's the whole state, every state institution, and it's the whole society. It's a business, it's a private companies, everyone must be involved. And we need to mentally be ready for it, because if you're not resilient enough, if you face the grave, extreme danger and the violence, and you start disintegrating, and the state stops functioning, and the institutions can go on, and the public doesn't believe the institutions, if you start disintegrating, this cohesion in a society, then military can do whatever they want, and it won't work, So that's the most important thing, really.
When it comes to supporting Ukraine, the Czech ammunition initiative is probably the most discussed format in which this has, happened internationally. The Czech Republic became one of Ukraine's most important military lifelines throughout the ammunition initiative. What has that initiative revealed about Europe's ability or inability even to sustain this major war?
Yeah, the ammunition initiative, it's important piece of the military support. Obviously, Ukraine needs a diplomatic support. They need a financial, economic support. They need all kinds of support, and I'm glad that Europe is doing it, and not just Europe, but others. From the military point of view, with all the technologies, the artillery is still queen of the battlefield, and it's been since the beginning. It was important. And the Czech ammo initiative, actually, when it started and when it went to the full speed with the help of all the donors, it changed the ratio of the ammo expenditure between Ukraine and Russia from 1 to 7 to 10, let's say, to 1 to, let's say, about 2, so 2 to 3. So now it's about 1 to 2.8, I think is the latest ratio, which is the information from Ukrainians. So it is important. What is most important is that it was basically the Czech Republic contributes by the know-how, and we were able to develop this mechanism how to do it, and it's not replaceable in short term. So it is very important, and I'm glad that regardless of all the rhetoric, our government decided, they understood the importance, and they hold it on. Obviously, it needs financial contributions, and I'm grateful to all the donors that they do it, because when you talk about these threats and timelines, how much time we have and what's the window of opportunity or whatever, it all depends on Ukraine. Every timeline we talk about, is dependent on the outcome of the Ukraine. So supporting Ukraine, it's not, as the president mentioned it in the beginning, it's not a charity. It's in our vital interest to make sure that we support them, that the outcome is okay, not only militarily, but also diplomatically in the international law and rules, and then also Ukraine future. We need to make sure, because it's for our good, that we integrate Ukraine to European and hopefully in future also to alliance structures as soon as possible. And I know it's complicated. I know it's not easy. I know it's not like a black and white thing, but I don't see any good European security without getting Ukraine integrated into those structures. And plus, Ukrainians, are preaching the same values as us. They want to be on our side. They are on our side. They want to be with the West. Let's not take it for granted. That may not last forever, and we have to do everything we can so it lasts forever. And the only way to do it is to support them and to integrate them as fast as possible into our world.
Do you want to see Ukraine as a member of NATO in the future?
Sure, I think it's a logical step. I'm not saying, that it's easy. It is, in the end of the day, it's about political consensus, and as the different interests, I understand that. But I think that's the direction we should be heading to, and we should do our best to make it happen in the future.
Do you think that in the current transatlantic kind of, let's say, atmosphere at the moment that we have, that's even realistic? Because politically, it's very tense, and this is a very tense issue that the Ukrainians really want that other people on the other side of the Atlantic might not be so happy about.
You know what? If we talk about our future security, and I'm not taking next year, maybe not next 2-3 years, but the overall security, I think we need to do our best to maintain the strong transatlantic link. It's not going to be the same as now. It's developing. It may develop into something slightly different, but it's important. And it's equally important for both sides. Both sides of the Atlantic need each other, whether they understand it or not right now. But it is important, and for many reasons. Many times you hear assessments in our circles that Russia and China and Iran in certain sense, and maybe North Korea, they're not allying. They're already aligned. This is what we hear. So how can we cope with those things, if we are not aligned? So I think we need to maintain this transatlantic link, but at the same time, Europe must take over the responsibility, at least in the conventional deterrence and defense, for themselves. And that's not about Donald Trump, that's not about current US administration, that's a geopolitical reality. United States won't be able to provide us what they provided us, and what we got used to that they were providing us at the past. That's reality. They have global challenges, and things are moving. Yes, we may discuss certain rhetorics, whether it's helpful or not, but that's reality. So let's not destroy. This worked, and this was built over more than 7 decades. Let's not try to destroy it now. Let's do our best to keep it functional, but at the same time, not to rely on the big brother and start being also a big brother as a Europe.
You've talked a lot about the advantage that European countries, including the Czech Republic, also get from what they receive out of Ukraine. I'd like to kind of touch on the point about training Ukrainian troops. Czech instructors have helped Ukrainian troops in the past. I'd like to understand 2 things. One, what do they get, or what do they learn in return? And secondly, could you imagine Ukrainian troops coming over to the Czech Republic to train Czech troops, given that they have so much battlefield experience?
I can imagine it because it happened several times. So yes, Ukraine is not just a security consumer, it's also a security provider. They buy us time, they weaken in Russia, they're giving us inspiration, they're giving us valuable lessons and information. And those things are happening, actually. Yes, we trained initially some maneuver units here in Czech Republic, then some specialists. We also send the instructors to Poland, to Germany, to train them. We had a bilateral exchanges in different areas, special operations forces and others. So there's multiple cooperation. But we also got a lot of valuable seminars and Ukrainian experts actually giving us their lessons. And they have unique lessons which you cannot get anywhere else. So they're not just taking and consuming, they are providing.
Another issue that I think was addressed actually this morning in one of the first speeches was actually the idea about Czech defense spending. Given that I believe it's 2% is supposed to be reached by the end of the year, if I'm not mistaken.
I hope so.
That's kind of the question, though. I mean, do you think that politically the Czech Republic or the Czech government is funding the army according to the actual threat on the ground? Not too far from here.
Yeah, you can sometimes you can hear the rhetorics like, oh, let's not talk about percentage of GDP. It's just numbers. We really need the capabilities. That's 100% true. It's about capabilities. However, if we don't fulfill that Hague commitments, that means a gradual growth to 3.5 hard defense spending plus the 1.5 the other spending, then it means we will never meet those targets. And those targets are not designed by ambitions or designed by how much money we have. This is historically for the first time. This was designed by the threat. So we took the threat, we took the courses of action of the threat, we developed the defense plans, and then we need to fill those plans so they are executable with some reasonable level of risk. And then we did the inventory and said, hey, okay, well, to make sure this works, we need this. Okay, and this was distributed, those targets, among the nations. And it can only work if everyone is fulfilling that, So we need that. But to do it, we really need that amount of money. So pretty much, actually, if we do everything, including the national contributions, we need even slightly more. So 2%, I wouldn't even talk about 2%. We need to go higher. Otherwise, none of the governmental promises will happen, like air defense and support national defense industry and whatever. And we won't be a reliable ally. And there's no plan B. That's no way to talk ourselves out of it. We'll either do it, or we are pushing ourselves somewhere else where we don't want to be, and that's not going to have consequences only in the defense and security. That will have consequences in economy and in everything else. So, and I hope, and the way I read it, I hope and I believe that we'll be there finally. After this strange rhetorics and strange hesitations, but I believe we'll get there.
Well, I'd like to ask for some insight here. When you talk about this with the Czech executive, when you talk about this with the top line of the Czech government, do you think they understand that? Do you think they fully understand the threat assessment as it is and what's actually required for that, independent of some headline figure?
As a Czech chief of defense, I'm going to finish my job in about 5 weeks. So for the last 4 years, I've been always providing brutally honest, unfettered, and straight military advice to the political leaders. I've been providing it even when I earned some colorful criticism, and I've been providing it even when I wasn't asked for it. And at the same time, I made sure that our public is well informed, and I'm going to do it. And I think it's a child's job, and it needs to be done because the well-informed, the support of the well-informed society is our national center of gravity here. And if we miss that, we'll be lost in future.
What's your biggest criticism, or what's your biggest message that you want to send to them, especially in the international context now? Because you say you give them criticism regardless of whether they ask for it or not. But I mean, what is it? What is the point where you're saying you guys need to get on the ball now?
Well, I don't want to do over criticism because it doesn't help anything. We miss leadership. We need a real leadership. Leader is not someone who is in front of political party or any organization. Leaders is anyone in the society who is able to inspire and motivate others to get better and fulfill what needs to be fulfilled. And leaders, make people do things not because they have to, but because they believe it's the right thing to do. And leaders do the right things, even if it's not always in the right way. And they are not afraid to say things which needs to be said, And I think we need that, and we need that at the political level. We need that in the military. And if we don't do that, then we won't have well-informed society, and then You know, it's the military is not responsible for the defense of my country. It's a government.
Yep.
And it's a fine, you know, when they have the right to make any decision, and we cannot criticize it as a military. We're here to fulfill it. But if you do the decisions where you take the risks and create the risks for allies and for citizens, then you need to inform them. And you need to be able to sign the risk, you know, and own it and put your name on it, you know. And if that happens, you know, so basically I don't have a criticism, but my message is we need a strong leaders across the society. We need a leadership, and every problem can be solved, but every solution of the problem starts with admitting yourself you have a problem.
Well, Mr. Rick, thank you for this fascinating discussion at the Politico Speakeasy. And thanks also to all of you here in the room and to those tuning in via live stream. After a short break, I'll be back here at 12:30 with Lieutenant General Michael Feta, Director of General Cyber and Information at the German Federal Ministry of Defense. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Welcome to the Politico Speakeasy, everybody, at the GLOBSEC Forum. There we go. I'm going to say it one more time on mic. Welcome to the Politico Speakeasy at the GLOBSEC Forum. We are so thrilled to have so many people in this room. Wow. Lunch is already served, as some of you have found out. We can get to that more in just a moment, but I would ask for a few minutes of your attention because we have a very special guest coming up here. And in order to introduce him, I'm going to bring up my colleague, Chris Lunde, our defense reporter, who is going to keep you enraptured over the next 20 minutes of this conversation. So please, welcome to the stage. Thank you. Some applause.
This new role in defense leadership in Europe, and for the first time in years, the Bundeswehr has this kind of financial framework that can allow for real transformation, which I think impacts your job and your plant specifically. So I want to get an idea from your perspective, what has been changing the most at a time when money is really not the restraint anymore?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for having me. Delighted to be here at a Speakeasy. Yeah, it's good to have money at our disposal. However, only throwing money on the problem will probably not be part of the solution. I think we have to differentiate. When we started with this 100 billion extra package that the former Chancellor Olaf Scholz kindly and graciously provided us with, those 100 billion euro were important primarily to fill the gaps. 25 years of underspending, 25 years of reprioritizing meant that we had lots of gaps and empty structures in the Bundeswehr. And with those 100 billion, we were able to at least initiate the process of filling those gaps. For me, as the Chief Information Officer, the good thing was that I got about 20 billion euros out of this 100 billion package, and we used this to really build up our digital backbone, starting with the infrastructure in Germany, with modern AI-capable data centers, including the strategic communications with, for example, satellite communication, deployable CIS, and also improving the tactical edge, so to the down to the last infantry soldier with this digital radio. And this was the first part. Now that we have a sustained financial line, which gives us more leeway, the second stage will be then to make sure we are war ready by the end of this decade, and then develop our armed forces to become technological superior armed forces by 2035, and then continue this development until the end of the next decade. So we will never stop becoming more innovative. And we must make sure not only to spend the money on legacy equipment, but we also must look at the lessons learned from Ukraine. We must look at the technological imperatives that are around us with autonomy, with AI, with miniaturization, and then take the right decisions to make the Bundeswehr technological at the edge in order to cope with all possible contingency that will come over time.
So starting with the point of AI, this is really important, I think, for Europe and also for Germany as well. This impacts your job immensely. NATO and allies are kind of moving to that they're moving fast on that kind of Palantir-style AI-enabled battlefield systems. While, Germany is a lot more cautious, I think the Interior Ministry has been a bit more cautious with this product in particular because of sovereignty, data, and dependency concerns. So NATO still has kind of, via the Maven Smart system, given Palantir the contract last year. And reportedly, it was given on a very fast procurement timeline. So I kind of want to understand a bit better, does Germany need battle-proven AI systems now, even if they come from the US, from a vendor like Palantir, or is technological sovereignty more important on the priority?
I don't think that this is a black or white decision. So let's start with Maven and NATO. Secure took the decision to use Maven as the data integration platform. And actually, what does this mean for Germany? Currently, the Maven system uses the data that all nations are providing NATO through what they call the NATO functional area subsystem. So even today, even without Maven, we provided NATO German data for those functional area systems, and this will not change. So from a data sovereignty point, the use of Maven in NATO doesn't affect our national data sovereignty at any point. So it's okay. Second point, we must make sure that those German command entities which have to work with NATO get access to this tool. And we're currently looking with NCIA what will be the right consequences. How do we do this in practical terms? Period. Data sovereignty also means that on the national and I would say on a European standpoint, we also have to develop data integration platforms at a European scale, because then I would allow this platform to get access to data which I don't give in a NATO functional area system as of such. So currently, the Maven system will not get German raw data, only, let's say, data which we provided to NATO voluntarily. So we need both. We need to maintain the access to the NATO command system. We are an alliance, we have to fight as an alliance. But in the second stage, we have to develop more sovereign solutions to make better use of our data. You know, in the AI talk, everyone's talking about AI, and AI is cool, and we need to have AI. There are only few people talking about data. But if you don't have your data in order, you will not really make best use of what AI can give you as an option.
Isn't that kind of the question, though, at the same time? I mean, most of the data that you're receiving, or the best battlefield data that you could be receiving, is coming from Ukraine. I think that's the most obvious example that's out there. And you don't have that much coming from that's really fitted to your own forces. So how do you manage that right now, kind of adjusting what is already happening on the ground to what you need in the MOD?
Well, actually, I guess any army or every army in the world is looking what's going on globally and tries to collect the necessary data they need for their further development. And this is what we're doing in Germany as well. So we have very, very close interlinks with our Ukrainian friends. They share their experiences on the battlefield, and we bring them into our doctrinal thinking, but also into our capability development. So I would say this is a process which is up and running. The second point is that all the vast amount of our national data, HR data, logistics data, there we must become better to integrate those data lakes with data integration platforms using AI in order to have a better informed basis for decision making. Let me highlight maybe one point. If we want to successfully deter any aggression, if deterrence fails and we have to fight, I think what we need to establish as NATO and as the German military, we need to establish escalation dominance. What do I mean by this? We must make sure we have information dominance. We see the enemy before he sees us. And especially we must make sure that out of this vast bulk of data that we are surrounded by, we take out and select the relevant information. Second, we have to translate this information dominance into the decision dominance. We have to decide faster and better. And in the act, you need effects dominance. You need to have the right effector. This could be a political effect, this could be a kinetic effect, it could be a cyber effect, in order to make sure that there are no sanctuaries for our enemies that they can hide in. So we must be able to build up this triad, and therefore we need digitization, therefore we need AI support, but first of all, we need data.
Yeah, I just kind of want to get a better understanding. I mean, maybe a bit of a simple question, but where are you looking to procure for your battlefield systems when it comes to data processing? Is there a certain preference in one way or the other? Just so that I understand this a little bit better, where they're being procured.
Well, what you're touching on is the question of digital sovereignty.
Yeah.
And then I think there are a couple of thousand definitions of digital sovereignty. Our definition for digital sovereignty is that the German armed forces can take the decisions they take without unwanted and unhindered influence by third parties. So therefore, when I talk about digital sovereignty, I never talk about digital autarky. There are so many features where we have either Chinese or American supporters, so we probably not use the Chinese one. So we will have our American partners, which are good partners, which are reliable partners in the platforms. However, we also need to have, in certain parts of our inventory, sovereign solutions. What do I mean by this? This whole notion of cryptology, for example. There I want to have either European or even only German providers, and we must make sure also with industry policy to develop a German and European ecosystem that guarantees that we will have those providers today and for the foreseeable future. And therefore we are really active in starting with multi-vendor activities, also granting some of our tenders to German or to European companies in order to make sure that this ecosystem exists and this ecosystem is also able to grow.
But does that rule out, for example, Palantir from the German MOD policy line?
It doesn't exclude Palantir. But actually, what I don't like is to talk about single companies. And therefore, what is the capability that a company could offer, and does this capability fit into our system, and how does the solution really looks like? Can I work with the solution in a sovereign place, or do I have the risk of unwanted interference if I put this solution into my inventory?
Yep.
So rather than talking about systems, talking about criteria to make sure, does it fit in my strategy? Does it fit in my architecture? Is it a solution where I'm the one in the end to decide, and then we can take the decision?
So, I mean, using AI is one thing. There's also a threats landscape that is on the other side of the equation with AI. You know, when you look at the security environment, where do you see the most immediate military danger from AI? Is it cyber attacks, disinformation, deep fakes, reconnaissance issues, targeting, manipulation of data? Where's the kind of biggest thing that keeps you up at night?
Actually, I think we have to go maybe 2 steps back and say, what is the future operating environment? What is the environment that we have to work in? And NATO ACT framed a couple of years ago the future operating environment with 3 criteria. And one is, it is persistent. And this is actually what we're seeing, the persistent of big power competition rather than globalization. The second one, it is simultaneous. We have to live with countries that are our partner in economy, that are our competitors on the global market, that are our strategic rivals with regard to the democratic systems, and especially in the cyber and information domain, that act as our adversaries. So, and therefore the answer cannot only be military. And the third, and this is probably especially for those in uniform, the most complicated one, it is boundless. So the delineation between peace, crisis, and war is blurred. The question is this interior security and therefore a question for the police force, or is it external security and therefore the military? Hard to detect, especially in cyberspace. So how do we cope with these blurred lines? And we see that especially the cyber and information domain plays an increasing role in this picture, be it by traditional cyber attacks, ransomware attacks, DDoS attacks, increasingly disinformation activities. And AI, I would say, multiplies this challenge because the attacks are getting faster, the attacks are getting more sophisticated, and especially in the disinformation bit, I guess this poses an increasing challenge for us. So what is the solution? Give up? Probably not. So the solution must be also to use those tools to increase or to augment our inventory in order to cope with those challenges and find the proper response to those challenges.
So when we come down to kind of the mix between human control and military AI, and AI is moving closer into military decision making with the adversaries also here. Where does Germany draw the line on human control? Is there anything about this development that may concern you?
Yep. Well, I would say to a certain extent I'm concerned. On the other side, I see the huge options and the huge opportunities that we can get in order to implement and maintain this escalation dominance notion. On the German notion, we've issued a couple of weeks ago our strategic conception on AI. And this strategic concept of AI describes how we want to use AI in the German military or in the German Bundeswehr, which is more than the military, also the civilian parts. We have basically 3 lines of operation. The first, the use of AI in the military realm. So how can we use AI to establish and maintain escalation dominance? The second one is how can we use AI to tame the bureaucratic monster that we tend to be from time to time. And the third one is probably the most important one, it's culture and people. Because you cannot implement AI against the people, you must have the people at your side when you're trying to implement AI solutions. We've implemented a governance on AI. We are very actively working also at the international stage in the issue of how can we describe and how can we norm the responsible use of AI in the military? Because for me, it's crystal clear that we will not make use of all the options that technology will bring us in due term. It also must cope with our legal framework, it must cope with our values, with our self-esteem as a democratic state. Having said that, we are actively also in implementing AI solutions for the military, especially for ISR purposes, but also to shorten what you may call the effects chain or the kill chain. So from object recognition to decision support to engagement. However, for kill decisions, we will always have the human either on the loop, in the loop, or at least on the loop, meaning, let's say, tactical ballistic missile defense, where you have those really short reaction times. We must make sure that our operators are trained in a way that they can assess and understand what the algorithm or how the algorithm will react.
Work. I'd like to get your thoughts on the fact that, on the other side of the government, that, the Interior Ministry has said that Germany and Israel would expand cybersecurity cooperation and develop they brand it as like a cyber dome, right? Kind of leaning towards the idea of the Iron Dome. But if Germany is building a national cybersecurity shield or a cyber shield for critical infrastructure, how does the military plug into that?
First of all, we are not the first line of defense. So first line of defense and cybersecurity we are all in this room, especially the operators of critical infrastructure. However, the German Ministry of Defense and the Bundeswehr are fully integrated into our cybersecurity architecture. What do I mean by this? In Berlin, at ministerial level, together with the Ministry of Interior, the Foreign Office, and the Federal Chancellery, MOD is also framing cyber policy. Both at the national level, at the European level, and at the international level. International level, especially how do we norm the use of military or offensive action in cyberspace. Second, at the operational level, our cyber command is fully integrated in our national cyber response center, and the Bundeswehr is providing 24/7 our cyber situational picture to the cyber response center. And the Bundeswehr is also capable of providing offensive cyber support if needed. Until recently, Germany was very, let's say, hesitant in using active cyber defense means. So we get attacked from a foreign aggressor. We can attribute the aggressor to let's say to a solid state, and then we are also able to act against such an aggressor. And now the MOI is framing a legislation that will enable German security institutions also to use those active cyber defense measures.
I wanted to ask about that, if that's okay, because the topic or the main debate that came out of that, and you've kind of hinted at this, is the idea of using offensive cyber towards adversaries. How do you think the doctrine should actually look about that for Germany? I mean, they were very reserved. They're moving in that direction, but it's not completely organized within your house or within the MOD. Yeah. How do you see the ideal doctrine for cyber offense?
I don't see it that it must only nest in the MOD. So we have the Federal Criminal Police, we have the Federal Police. They have all capabilities, and we must also look: is this, let's say, more a criminal act, or is it? Can it be seen also as an aggressive act by a state against us? So we need the whole variety of instruments. With regard to the military, currently, when we are on operations that have parliament approval, as soon as we are entitled to use military force, we are in principle also entitled to use offensive cyber means. There are certain processes to grant an offensive cyber option, but basically we can do this. When it comes to military conflict, we are entitled to use everything which is entitled by the law of international conflict, including offensive cyber operations.
Is that valid now, though, with Russia, for example? Because they're doing this to us every single day.
Sure, but for us, the legal boundary is: are we really in a state of a war with Russia, or are we not? So therefore, we need this active cyber defense means where we can use the situation where we haven't declared a war, but we know that we've been attacked, and we are as sure as we can be that we could probably identify the attacker and that we have the means to get after the attacker, which is also not easy. And in that case, I guess Germany needs to have the ability to act against such an attacker. Whether we do it is a totally different story, because it always depends what might be the strategic effect of such an active cyber measure. And I'm also not arguing that we will use this day after day after day after day, but my notion is if deterrence in cyberspace will work, we also must be able to show any adversary that there are no sanctuaries. And if we can get you in cyberspace, we have the means to do it. Whether we do it is a totally different question.
Well, Lieutenant General Feta, I see the time is running out, unfortunately. I would love to keep you here for a few hours, actually. I'm a real nerd in this topic, so I love it so much. But thank you so much for joining us here at the Politico Speakeasy, and thanks to all of you here in the room, everybody in the live stream as well. We'll be back at 1:30 with more interviews and programming after a short break. And for those of you who are in the room, lunch is right over there. It's going to be delicious. So please, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Excuse us, Peter. Thank you. Yeah, you're on the far. You're going to stand here for a second. Right. Okay. Welcome back, everybody, to the Politico Speakeasy here at the GLOBSEC Forum. Wow, what a crowd. Thank you guys so much for being here. We are going to kick off our afternoon sessions in just a moment. So what I want to do is, first of all, ask if you guys can bring down the noise just a smidge. I'm going to ask for your full attention because we have another incredible interview lined up for you right away. I'm going to introduce my colleague, Jan Chinsky, who's going to be in conversation with Glenn Schmidt. He's the Vice President of Global Sustainability at BMW Group. So please give them a round of applause.
Thanks very much. And thanks, Glenn, for joining us. This is an event that's very heavily dominated by security, defense issues, that sort of thing. So I'd like to sort of maybe take that tack to start the conversation. For the car industry, the China issue is a really big one. It's for BMW. It's a key market for you, but there is sort of growing pressure in the EU to recalibrate the relationship with China. We had a story earlier this week where we looked at a potential shift in Berlin of taking more active trade measures against China, something that the car industry is not in favor of. Where does BMW stand in that broad relationship between Europe and China?
Great. Okay. Well, first of all, thanks a lot for this opportunity. It's great to be able to speak here today. Yeah, I think that's a big question. I think you have to sort of start off by fundamentally saying a car company like BMW and the German automotive industry is global, right? So if we look at BMW, our largest single market is the Chinese market. It's very dynamic, it's very competitive, and it's driving a lot of innovation. Our largest single plant is in the United States, and about 50% of our workforce is in Europe and Germany. So we're global, right? That means any measures that you try to define from a European perspective need to also have that global dimension as well. And I think the best way to tackle that is to realize that the industry, if it wants to be globally competitive, needs to be successful in China. And BMW has been successful in China. We are successful in China and want to continue being successful in China. And when it comes to a lot of key technologies, for example, the battery and the battery cell as well, we rely on partnerships with Asian companies as well. So I think it's not a black and white discussion. I think oftentimes politics goes in that direction. Are you for China? Are you against China? Well, we're actually for a global operating market, and you need to have I think you would call it maybe ambidextrous, right? We need to be successful in China, but being successful in China doesn't prevent us from wanting to be successful in the European context as well, and in Europe as well. So building resilient supply chains, driving technology forward in Europe, those two things can go hand in hand. So you can't sort of break the bridges, especially if it's the largest market that you have.
A car company like BMW was essentially calibrated for a world of growing, open, and free trade. It's not necessarily the environment that we're in right now. Is that a challenge for you? The tariff measures between the EU and the US, the growing frictions around the world. How do you navigate that as a car company?
Yeah. The way I always like to look at it, if I try to sort of oversimplify, all of the ingredients that you need for the car of the future. So the chips, the raw materials for a battery cell, for example, the cobalt, the lithium, the nickel, even the data, semiconductors, all of this is really kind of subject of that global, I think debate would be a friendly word of looking at it. Conflict would maybe be a bit more of an appropriate phrase. But the automotive industry and the ingredients that we need for the car of the future is in the midst of this global trade conflict, right? So that's point number one. Point number two is the industry is global and supply chains are global. So if you're a globally competitive car manufacturer, you will be relying on global markets, on global innovation, and on global supply chains. So we're talking about a decoupling scenario that's just not realistic, yeah? Which means we really need to be operating kind of in all of these areas. And we call it local for local, that especially these ingredients that I just mentioned, in China for China, looking at European solutions in Europe, the battery supply chain, for example, the value chain, localizing that in Europe, and doing the same thing in the United States. And finding that right balance between global competitiveness on the one hand, and on the other hand, localizing those things, especially those critical ingredients, local for local, that's the way to go forward, and that's our strategy.
So is there sort of pressure to, in a sense, I guess, trifurcate, that you become a single brand, but with three increasingly separate operations geared towards these increasingly separate markets, or can you override the tensions and retain a role as a global company?
Yeah, so we're not going to have a situation where you have three BMWs developed in three different regions with three different types of brand positioning, right? BMW very much headquartered in Germany. Bavaria is in our name, of course. So it's a heritage that we have in Germany and in Europe. It's a global brand with a global positioning. But when it comes to critical value chains, then we'll take the local for local approach.
I'd like to shift a little bit to what's happening inside the EU. There's the European Commission did push through a law that would basically end the sale of internal combustion engines by 2035. It's under political pressure and pressure from the car industry, sort of slightly retreated from that, now talking 90% in green steel by 2035. Are you happy with that level, or is there pressure for the Commission to continue rethinking the 2035 measure?
Yeah, so the Commission proposal that was made at the end of last year, we're certainly not happy with that. I think it's fair to say that we've had a position or a stance on this debate that's been really continuous. And I've been involved in this as well. I think maybe 3 or 4 years ago, when we used the word or the strategy technology openness to describe our approach, it was often misunderstood, and it was considered to be, well, you're clinging on to the legacy of the internal combustion engine, but you're not wanting to embrace electric mobility. Yeah, and this has never been the case with the BMW Group. But if you look at our product substance, and we're coming with a new architecture, we've launched a new vehicle, the BMW iX3, the all-electric X3. It's an extremely appealing vehicle. It's leading edge in terms of technology, and it's selling incredibly well as well. So it's possible to be promoting electric vehicles, pushing that, and it's delivering the growth, it's delivering the innovation, but at the same time being technology open. And I think this was not really understood by a lot of stakeholders, that it's possible to do both. China is very strong when it comes to battery electric vehicles. Their new car market is well beyond 50% electric vehicles, but there's no ban on the internal combustion engine. And what has been the success formula? Well, the success formula has been take a strategic approach, move step by step, develop local champions, develop your supply chains. And in this world that we have that is incredibly volatile, we wake up every morning, we don't really know what type of new news we have. How can the Commission have the confidence to say that the last internal combustion engine that is sold and registered in the European Union will basically be sold on the 31st of December 2034? We need to have that flexibility. So what's important for us is that you promote electric mobility, but you don't do it through bans, and you allow for that level of flexibility. And at the end of the name of the game is really reducing CO2, because every gram of CO2 you reduce, every ton of CO2 that you're not emitting is actually very, very positive. And the Commission's proposal doesn't go far enough. There's a Cellini report now coming from the Parliament as well that is good in terms of opening that ban. And I think it's also a mindset issue as well. We're so focused on the 100%, but the share, the new car share of battery electric vehicles in the European Union currently across all 27 member states is around 18%. So we shouldn't be just talking about the 100%. Let's talk about, well, how do we get to an average of 30, or how do we get to an average of 50%? What framework conditions do you need? And banning certainly isn't the approach, because you're basically defining the end date or the death date of a technology that Europeans, the internal combustion engine, happen to be very good at.
I guess the counter-argument on the part of the Commission and sort of green groups like Transport and Environment is that it's there's sort of a regulatory certainty of like, this is what is happening, everybody gets on board. The Volvo makes this argument. It's like, we made a lot of investments, we thought this was the track, and now that it's actually more destabilizing to take, even if you didn't necessarily agree with the initial 2035 measure, to be battling it and forcing recalibrations all the time, then you're sort of diluting the signal and forcing companies that may have made an investment plan and a future plan of this is how the European market was going to look. Now they're resurrecting combustion engine cars or rethinking other technologies, which adds to their cost and makes it less effective.
Yeah, maybe a couple thoughts on that. That's a good question. That's often being proposed as something that's important, having planning certainty. But where does the Commission have that planning certainty and have that knowledge, like I said, to say that on the 31st of December 2035, internal combustion engines will be completely obsolete? The world is very, very volatile. And you have to make that one distinction. There's planning certainty, but on the other hand is a planned economy, right? We don't want a planned economy. And then the moment you're introducing a ban, well, you have the situation that government regulation is saying, we're placing the bet on one technology, but we're ruling out the other technologies that can make a positive contribution as well. So it's certainly not the right approach to be taking, and especially if the markets and global markets aren't there as well. The share of electric mobility is growing, but you still have customers that are wanting to go for a conventional vehicle, internal combustion engine. And if you're focusing on one technology and you're not able to serve the other part of the market, well, what is the result? The result is, and we've seen this unfortunately with our competition, that you lose market share and you start to shrink your business model. And that can't be the right approach.
What's your sense of where, because this is sort of a very Europe-focused discussion, where the market is going in big emerging markets, in Brazil, in Thailand, and Indonesia? There's some claims that those markets are actually going electric very, very fast, and that it will be difficult to sell even advanced combustion engines in the near future in those markets, and that by still hanging on to that technology, you actually create market share for the Chinese to go into those markets more.
Right. I think flexibility is the name of the game, because we see a lot of things, right? In China, the market is coming to a point of well over 50% of battery electric vehicles, but the Chinese are thinking now beyond what other types of technologies do we need to continue to decarbonize. If we look at the US market, it's been very volatile, right? You have the Obama standards, then you had Trump 1.0, then you had Biden, then you had Trump 2.0. So you have these oscillations every 4 years, and a global company like BMW can't be redefining its drivetrain strategy every 4 years. And we've seen with competition what happens if you're redefining fundamentally your drivetrain competition so quickly. Well, then you need to have huge write-offs as well. And there are markets where you see a lot of growth in terms of electric mobility. Then you see, for example, the consumer incentives being taken away, and then the market collapses again, which is why we're saying the best approach is promote battery electric vehicles, and we're doing this with a dedicated architecture with the Neue Klasse, but be flexible. And we have that flexibility within our products. And I think the best example that maybe symbolizes that is the new X5, which we're going to be launching towards the end of the year. It's going to be available in 5 different drivetrains: diesel, gasoline,
Still diesel,
gasoline, plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, fully electric, and that's the one that's going to be delivering the strongest growth and having the highest share, and in 2028, a hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicle. That flexibility. So you're ordering a BMW, you like the concept, but the customer chooses the drivetrain, and reducing CO2 and having the most efficient concept in each of these drivetrains, that's the name of the game. And that approach has allowed us, for example, to actually reach our CO2 targets in Europe. And we're one of the few companies to have actually reached the 2025 CO2 fleet target in the European Union. So it's possible to push electric mobility, but also still to hold on to what has been good in the past.
What's your sense of where, I mean, the 2035 deadline is just 9 years away. What's your sense of where we're going to be in terms of EV penetration? The International Energy Agency just put out this week its estimates, which are a massive recalibration from earlier estimates showing a stronger uptake of EVs. although I guess the IEA is notoriously wrong and conservative on all of its estimates, whether it's renewable energy or EVs. Do you think that we'll be largely electric within 9 years?
Well, it's difficult to make these predictions, right? Because electric mobility is subject to geopolitics. It's also subject to customers. It's subject to the availability of infrastructure. I can maybe answer the question at a global level. Our strategic target is to have somewhere around 50% share of battery electric vehicles, of all electric vehicles by 2030 at a global level. And what does that mean? That means the other half of the portfolio will be plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. It will be, to a certain degree, hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles, but also internal combustion engines. And there's a lot of potential in the internal combustion engine as well by decarbonizing fuels. There are 240 million cars on European roads. Everybody's talking about the new cars that are coming, but if it's about reducing CO2, and if climate is the name of the game, then you need to be looking at the actual existing car park as well. And, for example, HVO 100, which is a renewable regenerative diesel, that's an opportunity to reduce CO2, looking at synthetic fuels or biofuels as well. So climate, if you're willing to address the climate issue, yes, push electric mobility because it's the hard currency. It's the best way to decarbonize, especially in the use phase of your vehicle, but you need to be using all the other levers that you have.
And now the Commission seems to have, or Europe in general, seems to have flubbed its effort to build a native battery industry with the collapse of Northvolt. There's talk of more efforts in that direction. Are you in favor of some sort of a Europe effort to have its own technology base, its own resilience when it comes to batteries, rare earths, that sort of thing? Or is it, for, as you said, a global company, does it really not matter, that it's more of a political thing, but it doesn't actually matter to a car maker like you?
I think if at a European level, at an industry level, I think that type of initiative is very, very important. But like I said at the outset, you need to be doing it in an open, a competitive, and fair manner as well, right? And it is possible, that's our conviction, to localize your supply chain for our battery vehicles. It's possible to develop and nurture a strong European industry that's competitive, but at the same time also work with established partners as well, right? So it's working with both sides as well. I think that's the name of the game. We spend a lot of attention, or we direct a lot of our attention and political clout towards trying to exclude others that are competitive. But I think the name of the game in this is also to focus on what makes us competitive, right? And what are we good at? What are we strong at? And if we look at it at a European level, as opposed to when we see this in other industries, having different member states have different initiatives and compete against each other and create more bureaucracy and competing initiatives, why not think about it at a European level?
So you'd be in favor of a sort of more pan-European approach as opposed to...
For example, Scandinavia, very strong when it comes to renewable energies. France, strong relations to North Africa. Germany, France, strong auto nations as well. Strong capabilities when it comes to industrializing and producing, right? So we always say, let's think European, right? That's easy to say. But let's not just think European. Let's act European on a lot of these things.
Now, some car makers, Stellantis has recently talked about joint ventures and the Chinese car makers setting up production in their factory in France. Are you in talks with any Chinese companies about doing the same sort of thing in Europe?
So let me just give you one statistic. In Germany, in our domestic market, we have 4 plants. 3 of them are in Bavaria, and 1 of them is in Saxony. And last year, the BMW group produced about 1 million vehicles, and we're a premium manufacturer, right? We're not a large-scale volume manufacturer, and that 1 million vehicles that we produced in Germany represents 25% of overall German car production volume, right? So our productions are running, our models are doing well. I think that answers your question.
Great. We'd also like to, you've talked a lot about the need to retain sort of a technology balance and not sort of move one way or the other. How does that apply to you personally? What are you driving?
So I'm currently actually driving a diesel. but I'm only using HVO 100 regenerative diesel, right? And within the life cycle of the vehicle, you're able to reduce the CO2 by 90%.
So you sort of think about that as you're
Yeah,
as you're
I
filling
do
up.
think about it. Well, first of all, I love any BMW, so I welcome driving any BMW, and we also have Mini. Okay, Rolls-Royce I don't have in my portfolio, but I think that the point to be made is use every opportunity that you have, right? And you need to look closely at vehicles. A battery electric vehicle emits more CO2 in the production phase than an internal combustion engine vehicle. But the beauty of an electric vehicle is that during the usage phase, especially if you're charging with 100% renewable energy, with green energy, then you're able to actually reduce the footprint of the vehicle overall in the life cycle. And that's really kind of the name of the game. And I'm in the fortunate position that I have a company car, so I'm able to change them every now and then and try different things out. Right. But what we're seeing with our customers, and I think that's an important point also with BMW company car drivers, is once you go electric, you don't really want to go back. You know, that the first Neue Klasse vehicle is the BMW iX3, and the task that was given to our development department and design department is any objective barriers that are out there for customers are good excuses not to drive an electric vehicle, like the range, the charging time, or the design, or the handling. Address that so that it's objectively not a barrier. And that's what we've reached with the BMW iX3. It has over 800 kilometers of range. You're able to do quick charging as well. And it has that BMW typical fun to drive joy that you have, but interpreted in electric driving, incredible torque. And so it fits really well to the brand in the BMW. And most customers, when they have an electric vehicle, they'll certainly stick with it.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for taking part in our discussion. Thanks to all of you in the room for tuning in. And next up, my colleague Nick Vineker will speak with Anders Fogh Rasmussen, the former Prime Minister of Denmark and the 12th Secretary General of NATO. Thanks again.
Thanks. Thanks for that.
Buddy, so happy to have you all at the Speakeasy. Again, what an amazing crowd. You guys are awesome. Thank you. I know that you're here not to hear from me, but rather our incredible guest lineup, so don't let me keep you waiting. I want to go ahead and introduce my colleague, Nick Vinegar. He's going to be sitting down with somebody who needs no introduction to this crowd, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, for a candid conversation over the next 20 minutes, so please give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Thanks so much for being here. Of course, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, former Prime Minister of Denmark, 12th Secretary General of NATO, and founder of the Copenhagen Democracy Summit.
And Rasmussen Global, yes.
And Rasmussen Global. Let's get right into it, because we have a flood of news these days. We've got drone activity over the Baltic states, and we also have some news from the United States. They've made some announcements about winding down troops, withdrawing troops from some EU countries. I just have to ask off the bat, what do you think about the timing of these announcements? Does this not in some way benefit Vladimir Putin in this war that we're fighting, that the United States is lowering its posture here?
Mm. Yes, I mean, Putin is laughing. 4,000 American troops deployment to Poland is scrapped.
Right.
5,000 troops in Germany withdrawn. A missile unit that was supposed to be deployed to Germany has been cancelled. Mm-hmm. And in January and months before, we saw a threat from Trump against an ally, Denmark, with the aim to grasp Greenland by force. I mean, these actions, these statements are bad, and the timing is extremely bad. So Putin, he may be happy.
Yeah. I was worried I was going to get a mealy-mouthed response, but not from you. But what do you think of the rationale here? Because when we hear from the United States, it's about pivoting to Asia, but then we hear comments that are not very strong on the Asia theater as well. So do you think there's a strategy or a rationale, or what's your interpretation of why this is happening?
There's definitely no strategy. But I agree that the real geopolitical challenge is China. Russia is a geopolitical spoiler in Europe, but Russia is a declining society. China is a rising society. It's clear now that Russia is subordinate. Right. It's a client state. It's a vassal state of China. So I agree we should focus on China, and that's exactly why I think the Americans should put more pressure on Putin to get a quick end to the war in Ukraine, and then the Europeans and the Americans could join forces in countering the real global challenge, namely China.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem to be exactly what's happening. You were on record not too long ago with our sister publication, Welt, and you used the word disintegration, talking about NATO. I just wonder if you could give us a little bit more detail about why you see that happening. What's going on? How is NATO disintegrating?
Basically because the American president has raised doubts about his commitment to Europe, to European security, and his commitment to Article 5, the article in the NATO treaty that states we consider an attack on one an attack on all. And in the same moment that the biggest and strongest ally of NATO raises doubts about his commitment to Article 5, then you are weakening the alliance politically. And on top of that, when you threaten another ally to take territory by force, like Greenland, right, then you are weakening the alliance. So again, Putin may be laughing. And I'm asking myself the question, why is it that Trump is so fascinated by Putin? Why is it that he always adopts the speaking lines of Putin while he's putting pressure on President Zelensky of Ukraine and the Europeans? I don't understand it. There's no strategy. It's not logic, in my opinion, and it doesn't serve the interests of the US.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we could add to that list. There are measures to lift sanctions on Russian oil as well. But I want to come back to, we'll come back to Greenland because that's also a live issue. But I want to ask from someone who's been inside NATO or has led NATO, there's a lot of talk about Europeanizing the alliance. I want to ask you, how would that work in practice? Because how can you Europeanize an alliance where you still have the top military commander being an American, the SACEUR, and the decisions being based on consensus around the table? Is it a real, is that a viable concept to Europeanize NATO, or do we need something different, a whole different structure?
We don't need a different structure, and I consider NATO a cornerstone of European security, and it will remain so. But we have to Europeanize NATO by taking over more positions in leading military command roles, and we have started that process. I think it makes sense to keep the Supreme Allied Commander an American, taking into account that the ultimate security guarantee for Europe is the American nuclear umbrella.
Right.
And I have no doubt that kind of deterrence will remain. So I think SACEUR, the Supreme Allied Commander, should still be an American. But under him, I think more posts could be taken over by Europeans. Even more important would be to create a coalition of willing and capable European countries that can do what is necessary in investments and development of military capabilities to defend Europe. And to that coalition of the willing, I also count Ukraine.
Right.
Ukraine is the strongest military power in Europe right now. It's battle tested. It can contribute to European security. We need Ukraine as a bulwark against an aggressive Russia.
And the coalition of the willing, do you see that as like-minded countries investing in the, or do you see something with the real command structure so that if we have a concrete alert, if we have drones going into a European state, that a decision can be made to respond to that among Europeans?
Yes, indeed. Because at the end of the day, we are dependent on a well-functioning command structure. And you have a pretext, a blueprint already. Back in 2014, 6 NATO countries created a joint expeditionary force led by the UK with headquarters in London, Nordic and Baltic states. More could join. And within that expeditionary force, you have a command structure. So I think the perspective would and should be to create an independent European command structure so that we can act without the United States if need be.
And just so I'm clear, so Joint Expeditionary Force, that's the most mature, the best candidate to sort of deal with European security on that level?
It's the best alternative right now, but I would like to see it further developed. That's why I'm speaking about a coalition of the willing, European countries that are capable and willing to do what is needed. I think there are some conditions to join that coalition of the willing. First, you should be a NATO country or Ukraine, because Ukraine should be allowed into that coalition. you should commit to fulfilling the 5% NATO goal when it comes to defense investments. You should commit to providing security guarantees a la NATO Article 5.
Right.
You should commit to not be able to veto any military operation. And you should accept provisions in the agreement that allows to expel partners in the coalition of willing that do not live up to their commitments or their promises. So it's not a free ride. You have to fulfill certain conditions, and if you don't, you can leave. We have too many hesitant European countries.
Right.
They should not be allowed to hamper European defense.
It's a pretty fleshed out idea there. You're happy with your current job. You wouldn't want to take charge of that in the next role.
Yes, because now I can speak my mind.
Right.
Let's face it. I mean, the Secretary General of NATO has the overall task to maintain the cohesion of the alliance, and to that end, he must please the main stakeholder,
of course,
and that is the United States. And Secretary General Rutte has to deal with President Trump. I had Obama. They are two different personalities.
Different customers. Still a little bit of diplomacy in you there. But coming back to Ukraine, speaking of Ukraine, we've had some fascinating discussions here with people from Ukraine's defense industry. They talk about how they can help Europe. Do you think that European countries, NATO, are working closely enough with Ukraine? Are they involving Ukraine in their defense readiness as much as they, and if not, how could they do that?
Not as much as they could, but we are improving, actually. One model is called the Danish model because it's inspired by a Danish approach where instead of giving grants, we are investing directly in the Ukrainian defense industry. And in my consultancy, Erasmus Global, we have several clients in Europe that want to be connected with the Ukrainian defense industry. And we have more and more success stories in that respect. The other way around, you also see Ukrainian defense industries place subsidiaries, production facilities in Western Europe. So it goes both ways, and while we don't do enough right now, we are on the right track. And in particular, when it comes to drones and high-tech military capabilities, the Ukrainians have really shown the way forward. And we can learn a lot from the Ukrainians. And that's also why I think Ukraine belongs to a coalition of the willing, also to expand our defense industrial base.
And yet we've seen some comments, some critical comments about Ukraine's technical prowess from certain captains of industry. Do you think there's a problem with hubris, perhaps, among some defense industry leaders in Europe, sort of not being willing to really extend a hand to Ukrainian partners? Is there a little bit of what's the issue there?
There may be at least two issues. One is mindset. In Europe, we are too focused on what I would call legacy military capabilities to build tanks, airplanes, battleships, all the heavy stuff.
Right.
And it takes 5-10 years from the decisions taken till military capabilities can be delivered. The Ukrainians have taught us that they can do a lot by using drones.
Right.
They hit targets on Russian territory with their drones.
Sure.
And drones are much cheaper to produce and much faster to deliver. So I think we need to change our mindset in the direction of producing high technology military capabilities.
Right.
Then there may be another issue. Very often people are speaking about the risk of corruption in dealing with Ukrainian defense industry. In my opinion, that risk is exaggerated. And I think recent examples show that the Ukrainians are really taking the combat of corruption seriously. And out of the ashes of the war, I think we will see a much, much cleaner Ukrainian society with less corruption and less power to the oligarchs. I appreciate that.
Right, right. And just the other day, we saw a former presidential advisor being put on trial for corruption charges. And some people say, well, look, there's a corruption problem. Other people say that's evidence they're dealing with it and facing up to it. Just on the same theme, how does it make you feel when you see big players like France and Germany having difficulty coming to an agreement about weapon systems, like things? Shouldn't that be sort of in the past now, such disagreements? How does that make you feel when you see?
I feel bad about it because the European defense industry is too fragmented. We have too many companies, they're too small, they're not competitive. So people are concerned that when we invest much more in defense, it's really purchasing American equipment because the Europeans are not able to do it and not able to deliver fast enough. So I feel bad about it. We need European defense champions. We need to make it easier to make mergers and acquisitions across borders. We have too much national protectionism when it comes to defense in Europe. Right. On top of that, we have too many weapon systems, too many ammunition systems. We need to rationalize that. And in that respect, I can recommend to follow the suggestions in the Draghi report. That would make it much easier to create a true internal defense market in the European Union.
You mentioned Draghi, and just bring to mind that he's been mentioned as a possible peace envoy, somebody who could speak to Russia, represent Europe's interests in any peace negotiations. I just want to get your comment on that. Do you think there's any value in having a European engage directly with Russians? Because we've seen the US is really distracted and sort of not involved in those pushing those peace talks forward at the moment.
At least Draghi would be much better than Gerhard Schröder.
Right.
Putin has suggested Gerhard Schröder as a mediator. I think we need a strong personality that is considered a neutral mediator. So I'm not going into discussion on them. There may be several suitable candidates, but in principle, I agree that it may be the time has come to appoint someone that can deal directly with the Russians, because you're right, the Americans are distracted now, preoccupied by the Iran war, preoccupied by the tensions in the South China Sea, etc. So I think a natural way to fulfill our ambition of a more European NATO and Europeanized security would be to also pursue a diplomatic path more determinedly. So while I was a bit skeptical in the past, I may have changed my mind in the direction of being supportive when it comes to appointing someone.
Yeah, Really interesting. And there's no shortage of names. We've heard everybody from Draghi to Angela Merkel. In the past few days, I heard former Finnish President Niinisto. I've heard Antonio Costa, the European Council President. Of course, HRVP Kaja Kallas. It's really kind of what they need to do is come to an agreement around the person from the EU leaders.
Yes, and that's one of the weaknesses of European Union. We have too many presidents.
Right.
We need a face, and first and foremost, we need a new mindset. We are still thinking that we are living in peacetime,
Right.
but we are not. And Trump, Putin, Xi Jinping, they don't take us seriously as long as they don't know who is actually representing Europe.
Indeed. And peacetime mentality, your Prime Minister, I remember, said that a few days ago, and you've come from Copenhagen, from the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. Wanted to use the last few seconds we have here. Are you still concerned about Greenland? Do you think the United States is still focused on taking Greenlandic sovereignty away, or do you think that threat has subsided now?
Trump has not forgotten Greenland, but now he's preoccupied elsewhere in the world. But one day he will revert to that issue. He just sent his special representative to Nuuk in Greenland to participate in a conference.
At the same time as the European was there.
Yeah. So, the bottom line is the following. Fortunately, we are now pursuing a more classical diplomatic path. And I think it would be possible to find a peaceful diplomatic solution to the dispute on Greenland. For instance, we do have an old defense agreement between Denmark and the US allowing the United States to deploy more troops in Greenland if they so wish. Be our guest. We would welcome that. And right now they're discussing the possibility to enlarge the number of American bases in Greenland from the current 1 to 2 or 3, and that's possible. So I think we'll find a solution.
Thank you so much. Great chat. Secretary General Rasmussen, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think we're supposed to go out this way.
Yeah.
One quick second. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're here at the Politico Speakeasy in Prague at the GLOBSEC Forum, and I'm very excited to keep our conversations going. So to introduce our next guest, please help me welcome my energy reporter colleague, Ben Bakuch, who he's going to introduce our next conversation. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Politico Speakeasy at the GLOBSEC Forum. I'm Ben Maku. I'm an energy reporter in Brussels. And joining me on stage is Leila Ben Ali, Minister of Energy, Transition and Sustainable Development of Morocco. We actually spoke earlier today.
Yeah.
These chairs are way better than the ones we had.
Yeah, true. Very true.
But I wanted to kind of pick up where we left off because we talked about it, didn't talk about it extensively, but you mentioned that talking about China and renewables is so passé, and the future of renewables actually involves a lot more of Africa as a continent. And I'm wondering, expand on that, tell me more.
Well, I think what I was trying to say is if you look at the value chains of clean tech today, not only renewable energy, but renewable energy, batteries, storage, grid management, artificial intelligence, new nuclear technologies as well. 70 to 80% of market shares now are being concentrated in China. And I'm just saying that it took more than a decade to build that. It's not an overnight construction. So to be talking about it today in 2026 is a bit passé, because I remember the time around the Fukushima disaster, I think, when a number of European renewables companies or clean tech companies were going bankrupt because China was putting a major bet on clean technologies and including renewable energies. So I think my point is, let's look, since we are in a security conference and Politico is this center of foresight, let's be a little bit more outgoing in foresighting the future. And the future that is being built today is the nearly 2 billion people that are in China, that are in Africa, that are writing the rules of the future. I mean, people like to say that in 2050, 1 in 4 persons in the world will be African. I'd like to think that between now and then, you have a number of geopolitical issues, demographic issues, but also industrial and technology issues that are being shaped in Africa as well, we better be watching. We better be watching what is happening today in Africa, because in 2045 or in 2046, 20 years from now, it's going to be too late. And we will be having these conversations in forums, but Africa would have already changed its. And then I'll give you another example. After this year, with the Iranian crisis, people just realized that Nigeria, our friend, billionaire from Nigeria, was able to put on stream a 600,000 barrels a day refinery in Nigeria. It took more than 10 years to do that. It took him a lot of financial risk-taking, a lot of industrial risk-taking to be able to do that and to reach the stage that it is reaching today, to be able to supply, again, traditional fossil fuel energies to the world. So I think my point is, it's a trajectory. China is definitely important, definitely clearly important today, but it took 15 years to reach that, to reach the situation it is in here today.
I mean, your country got ahead on renewables to begin with, and do you think that has helped insulate you from this crisis?
Right. I think Morocco's energy strategy is very simple and very stable, and it's been the same since it was launched in 2009 by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, based on one single triangle, a very simple triangle. You have renewable energy at the top of the triangle with targets that are evolving over time. You have energy efficiency and efficiency of resources as your second pillar of your triangle, and then regional integration and connectivity of markets, because we are the only only African country that is interconnected to Europe, to the Atlantic basin, and to the world, electricity-wise and gas-wise. And natural gas is at the center of all that because it enables you to achieve the three pillars at the same time. And that policy has been stable since 2009, while you've seen other countries going back and forth about their clean strategy or their energy strategy. The fact that our energy strategy has been stable helped a lot. And in 2016, His Majesty also launched the Atlantic African Corridor, which at the time was viewed as a very risky endeavor, connecting 13 African countries from Nigeria to Morocco and connecting them to Europe, especially that these are not the most stable countries in the world. However, our point was, for God's sake, I mean, it's high time for the world to realize that Africa is a solution. And unless you solve some of the very difficult terrorism issues, social issues, and development issues in Africa, the world cannot win its wider economic and social transition, including the energy and digital one. So yeah, I mean, Morocco has been building carefully its energy transition. In terms of renewables, we have exceeded our 45% target of renewables in our electricity capacity. We will be reaching the other target of 52% by 2030 before. We will be reaching it next year. But I think that's not the most important. The most important part is to showcase the fact that we are not a country in a vacuum. We are a country that is very much interconnected with our space and also respecting the rule of law. And that for us is very important because it's only with that you can build long-term stable partnerships.
And speaking of interconnectedness, there's obviously a business opportunity in Europe right now because we're electrifying, trying to find more resources, especially with the Iran crisis happening. Where has been the business opportunity for your country to potentially sell to Europe?
Well, I mean, if you look at all the commodities where you have seen a lot of volatility now, I mean, I would say that energy has not been the most volatile. Agricultural commodities, fertilizers, helium. You have a number of commodities that have witnessed major volatility over the last year or so, and I would say over the last 5 years since COVID crisis, that go beyond that. So now Morocco has that major advantage of being the largest, if not one of the largest phosphates producers and exporters and fertilizers producers and exporters. So it's very important for us to continue to be that, to be viewed, but also to demonstrate that we are a stable supplier to the world of fertilizers. So that's one. I would not call it a business opportunity, but I will definitely call it as a credibility opportunity because I think the world is craving credible partners right now. And I think the second business opportunity is, of course, strategic partnerships that we are building with our neighbors. Morocco really wanted to demonstrate that it can be that stable corridor, one of the multiple corridors, if I take the example of Europe, but definitely the stable, reliable corridor for energy as well. So yeah, I mean, making sure that those energy connectivity projects that have been on paper over the last few years finally become a reality. So one of the latest, most advanced strategic partnership that we have on energy connectivity is with our French partners. We have a number of others. Spain, we already have 2 lines, 1,400 megawatts of connection, a gas pipeline that is bi-directional as well. We want to reinforce that as well. We're also working with Portugal to strengthen our connectivity with them, with Italy, with Mauritania. Mauritania, I'm hoping also that will be pushing hard on the electricity connection because we are having a number of similar issues when it comes to renewable energy and stability of the grid between Mauritania and Morocco, and that will unlock a whole West African pool to the world if we are able to really increase our connectivity with our friends in Europe and our partners also in West Africa.
So I've been in Brussels now for just shy of 3 months as a reporter, so I'm pretty new to the scene. Would you give any advice to the Brussels machine on the bureaucratic Brussels machine on how to maybe work with international partners better?
Oh, Ben, no, you cannot use your 3 months novice excuse to ask me to make a comment about Brussels, the EU, or any other country, because I always say, I mean, I would not want people to comment on Morocco's policies or bureaucracies, and so I will not. I will refuse. I will not allow myself to comment on partners' policies or bureaucracies. We are in this together, and I think from our perspective, we definitely see the European Union as a wonderful model that was created with the congregation of steel and cement at the time, right, and coal. So I think from our perspective, I think it's high time to have pragmatic, not transactional, as the minister, as Deputy Prime Minister of Czechoslovakia said today, of the Czech Republic said today, but definitely long-term partnerships that will enable us to build those bridges and making sure that, yeah, I mean, we on both sides of the Mediterranean, we are able to move away from bureaucracies by saying, well, these are strategic projects. We have to deliver them as fast as possible. We cannot leave it to permitting. When we want to get rid of bureaucracy, we can do that. We can do that very well. So I think it's now is the time to have a real political leadership. And if we all believe that clean energy in combination with traditional energy, but clean energy with artificial intelligence power grids and a very stable and secure corridors are the answer to today's problems, I think we should go ahead and say it and do it instead of just talking about them in forums. So I think a long answer to your question would be we still need the political leadership to be able to do that. And I see it, but it took 3 or 4 crises and 3 or 4 wars over the last 5 years to see it. But I think we are getting there. I'm very optimistic to see that some of our partners in Europe, France, Germany, Italy, definitely Spain, Portugal, are really rising to the challenge of decreasing the costs of secure energy to both our populations.
You mentioned AI, and obviously AI is the buzzword of the entire world right now. And I think there's not enough spoken about how AI will affect energy infrastructure. Do you want to just tell me a little bit about that?
Oh, I think it's happening already. It's happening already because, again, it's a very highly I mean, as I told you this morning in the panel, renewable energy is like the drones of the energy sector. You can have a number of small solar-powered plants everywhere, but you need the ability to be able to not only manage the weather or have like predictive analysis of how you will manage your grid depending on the weather, but you also need to be able to manage other human-induced issues, not only the weather, but most of the grid issues that we have been facing are human-related more than anything else. So I think the role of AI in grids is definitely there, and I see many countries and companies being able to take up that challenge. My only concern there is that we are still because we haven't finished the deregulation, re-regulation of the power business. My only concern is that we have something called the incumbents and the TSOs that are there that are very important for the stability of the grid and the management of the grid, but at the same time can be stuck in the technologies of the 20th century and are not ready mentally to have fiber optics and artificial intelligence being integrated in the way they manage their
data centers too. I mean,
and data centers and things like that. So that's my only concern today, is to be able to transform energy TSOs in general, not only electricity, but you also have some more or less the same problem with the gas infrastructure and gas TSOs. But I think in electricity is where you see the most acute issues, because it's much more challenging to build transcontinental power cables than it needs to build anything else. And it's not because of the technology; it's because of the institutional bureaucracy.
So obviously Europe has provided a model for decarbonization. I mean, it's struggling with it in some ways.
A model of?
For decarbonization.
Yeah.
There's a lot of debate around that. I cover, the emissions trading system. So it's an ongoing project, but it's a model. How can developing countries decarbonize, but also not sacrifice economic growth?
Well, they can do that by really being. It has to be ingrained as a conviction that decarbonization will enable you to reach low-cost, low-carbon energy for your population and for your economic and industrial tissues. Let me give you a very small example. When I was sworn in government back in October 2021, I was 3 weeks in office. Algeria cut the gas to Europe. We have a gas pipeline linking us, the same gas pipeline that we revert with Spain at the time. It took us like 9 months to be able to do that, with a lot of fights and internal and stakes. But we were able, because of the stability of relationship that we have with Spain, we were able to do that and bet on the future and making sure that bidirectionality will give us hedging. Now, some of our industries employing thousands of people were relying on gas as well. I'm not saying that gas is bad. I'm just saying that gas is definitely a versatile fuel that can be used in power, industry, and for heat recovery, for a lot of things. But the issue that we were faced with is, because those industries were not decarbonized, they were reliant on a single source of fuel. And overnight, I had to find myself in a situation where I have to find a solution for those 3,000 families for which the employee was going to lose his job because of a gas supply crunch. Not the Algerian one, another one, a domestic gas supply crunch. So I think from our perspective, it's important to understand that the price to pay of your people going unemployed is much higher than decarbonizing your industry. And today, the trick is to reach the economies of scale. If you continue as a developing country to view your market as a single market, of course you will never be able to fully decarbonize, because you will never reach the economies of scale that will enable you to decarbonize and to demonstrate that renewable energy with storage at base load today is much more competitive compared to, let's say, $8 per million BTU gas, or $80 oil. And I stop the comparison there. I don't want to start to compare with coal. But if you don't take into account the price of unemployment, the price of drama that some dramatic issues that we're having sometimes, because a kid cannot do his homework, because a person does not have access to oxygen in a hospital because of lack of energy. If you don't take that into account in your price, of course you will not decarbonize. If you continue to compare levelized cost of energy between oil, and you have a bunch of consultants who will put that on PowerPoint slide, you will not decarbonize indeed, because you don't take into account the value of life. You don't take into account the value of prosperity of your people.
And just one last question, because we only have a minute left, but we talked a little bit about this morning as well, but obviously your country has the Strait of Gibraltar with Spain. There's a massive, the Strait of Hormuz is being choked right now. Not that I'm inferring that you would do that. But has there been sort of a model now worldwide for other states that look at potentially disrupting an energy market out of a geopolitical interest?
Oh, when it comes to choke points specifically?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I think that's a conversation that started after the 28th of February and definitely after the 18th of March when Ras Laffan was hit. And yeah, we see, the 100,000 of ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz. I think there's a number of ships that are now using that route much more than before. I think it's high time to also to not make this precedent, even if it's unprecedented, as a precedent for the future. Spain and Morocco have proven in the past, and they will continue to prove that when it comes to the Strait of Gibraltar, we will definitely abide by the rule of law and will continue to follow the guidelines of the International Maritime Organization and the UNCLOS guidelines and articles that prevent any joint states joining a strait to prevent or to put a toll or a fee on the use of that strait. And I think it's high time to emulate those type of models and to showcase again that those straits, and I think that's a role for Politico, to talk more about the Strait of Gibraltar and how things are stable there and the rule of law and multilateralism is being respected, than to be
weaponized.
Weaponized by social media and talk a lot about the Strait of Hormuz. As I told you this morning, Strait of Hormuz, any energy analyst or security analyst in the world over the last 30 years have been reading articles about the Strait of Hormuz. I think it was cry wolf for more than 30 years. Well, now it's happening. Let's make sure that it's not setting a precedent for other choke points, indeed, in the world to do that.
Well, on that note, thank you very much. I appreciate you listening to me so many times today and for being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you, Politico.
That's a complicated question. Polish background, South Africa, Canada. I was born in Canada, but worked in Poland for 20 years. just pickles in the stores. It was even worse than clothes.
You're going to come with me. He's going on stage, so you'll catch him later, I promise. You guys can wait here for a minute. Welcome back, everybody, to the Politico Speakeasy. We are going to keep our program moving along very quickly, so please help me welcome my colleague Jan Chinsky. He is going to introduce our next guest, so please give them a round of applause.
Thanks very much. And I'd like to welcome Sorin Dan Moldovan, the Secretary of State and Head of the Department of Defense, Policy Planning and International Relations of Romania. Thanks very much. Thanks again for joining us. I'd like to start. Romania has been in the news this month. There's been a lot of political instability with the government falling. What does that mean in terms of security and defense policy?
In terms of defense and security policy, nothing is changing. As other democracies, you have this democratic institution of voting government to fall in the parliament. But when it comes to defense or security-related issues, all the political parties reached a consensus to support that in the parliament during this transition period. So I don't think anything will affect at some point this situation, political situation in Romania, whether we're speaking about SAFE program or other European programs or other strategic things like defense. There is no need to worry on that.
So are there widely differing political positions on things like defense spending levels, rearmament, NATO relations, or is there a broad consensus?
There's a broad consensus about that. There won't be any issues regarding that.
Right. And where are you with defense spending right now, and what trajectory are you on?
I can give you, for example, according to our law budget that was approved for this year, the defense spending is reached to be 2.45% out of the GDP. Last year, we spent, according to the NATO rules, to the NATO regulations, 2.2%, 2.20. In 2024, we spent 2.17, so a slight increase of 0.3% throughout the years. But keep in mind that Romania is going through a difficult economical period. We had the biggest deficit in Europe last year, but this did not affect the defense spending, so we continue growing our defense spending. We want to be a serious partner and to show all our partners or our allies that we are committed to the NATO decision that was taken in The Hague.
This is the defense spending trajectory to eventually get to an overall 5% of GDP, 3.5% on hard defense and 1.5% on sort of loose.
That is correct. So,
and are you on track for that time period?
Yes, that was I was explaining to you that we grew from 2024, 2025, 2026 by slight increase 0.3%. So we want to reach more around 3%. 2027, 2029.
Okay, and you are one of the big, countries with a big rearmament program ongoing right now.
Second after Poland.
Yeah.
Correct.
So my understanding is that similar to the Poles, you're sort of favoring fast off-the-shelf purchases from the U.S. and South Korea. How does that mix fit with this growing pressure for buy European and developing a European defense industry and favoring European purchases?
I'm not seeing this as in favoring of somebody or something. If we're talking about US capabilities, we have these wonderful capabilities such as HIMARS, Patriot, yeah, which are one of the best that you can find on the market. Then we have the European companies as well. I do believe this program that the European Commission was thinking, the SAFE program, it's a very good one because Europe, the defense industry, the European defense industry needs to grow again, because before the war started in Ukraine, the whole European defense industry was not that well developed, with some minor exceptions. But I don't see it as a competition. I see it as a thing that combines one with another. Because in the end, we are all allies. We are in the same alliance, NATO, which it makes us to work together. We need to work together to be interoperable, to be compatible. So I don't see this as a race, if you want to call it like that.
Now, on the Polish and some other countries, on the part of some other countries, there's sort of growing frustration that orders that they've placed with the United States are not being fulfilled, that the Americans are favoring their own defense industries, they're not delivering stuff that's been in the pipeline for quite a long time. Are you in a similar position? Are you sensing that the Americans are not fulfilling the defense contracts that you've signed?
At some contracts, like every other contracts, even with European companies, and not just Poland, I think all other member states have different issues on different programs. I wouldn't call it like a rule. But you mentioned, and I want to stress that out you mentioned in the first question, why we are in a hurry. Because Poland, Romania, we are on the eastern flank. We are at the border with the war. So, of course, we want to rearm ourselves as fast as we can. For example, Romania has the longest border with land border with Ukraine. Then we have also the Black Sea. We have air intrusions in the Romanian airspace of Russian drones every 2-3 days. Our citizens which are living at the border close to Ismail port, for example, are from 2 to 3 days, they are constantly receiving alerts from the authorities that things might fall. 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, 2 weeks ago, a drone was crashed in Galația city in Romania. It was with an explosive on board as well. So this is the reality. The reality is different in Romania and Poland than it's in Germany or France or Spain, geographically speaking.
Now, Romania and a lot of other countries have very conservative rules on intervening and shooting down incoming drones. You've had some incidents where your fighter jets simply track the drone, it circles over Romania, then goes back in and hits a target in Ukraine, which obviously annoys the Ukrainians. Is there any thought of changing that, of being more aggressive and shooting down Russian drones that do penetrate into your territory, or will you continue just to monitor them as they fly through?
No, we actually did put one drone down like very yesterday, right? No, that was a Romanian pilot with a Romanian
this was in Estonia,
airplane.
right?
Yeah, exactly, correct. It depends where the drone is, because that is a military decision to take by the military officers in charge. If it's above like a very populated area and there is a possibility to have casualties, then of course you don't give the shot to fire. Mm-hmm. That's the explanation. We are working on that. We are working also with our American partners to have and NATO allies, especially with our NATO allies, in strengthening the defense on that side.
Right. You've talked about NATO and sort of interoperability and that sort of thing. However, Romania was, I think, the first country where the US pulled some troops. You last year asked them to rethink that decision. There seems to be in the last weeks increasing effort by the U.S. to start pulling troops out and rethinking its forces in Europe. How do you see that? What does that mean? What signal is that sending to European NATO?
Well, just a few days ago, I believe yesterday, the military council in NATO was ended, and General Grinkiewicz, the SACEUR, explained this. Pulling these 5,000 troops, for example, that you're speaking about, are not affecting our capacity and our response through
Do you think that's true? I mean, one of the units that are not going to be sent to Germany is the long-range fires unit with Tomahawk missiles. That certainly does seem to be something that Europe could use.
Yes, it is true. First, I do believe that we need to understand that the realities are different. We need to understand that Europe needs to do more to defend itself, which is correct. We don't need the Americans to tell us that. We should do that by our own. And that's why I'm very happy that we have this kind of program like SAFE mechanism. Also, in the first time, the European Commission has a commissioner for defense, which I think is very good. It's a step forward to hopefully, at some point, a common defense strategy.
Do you see the need for a common European army? Is that something that Europe should be working towards?
I think in the future, yes. I think we will need that. But for now, we need to adapt to the new realities. For example, we are in constant dialogue with our American partners regarding troops. I am also in contact personally with them. We are, as I said, we are more than welcome to receive more troops if needed. But also these kind of things need to be thinked in the alliance, like the NATO alliance, to have the whole eastern flank from north to south protected. Because it's not only about protecting Romania, it's about protecting NATO soil, which is European soil.
There have been some people sort of think of arms purchases from the U.S. as a way of buying American loyalty, ensuring that American interest in their country. That certainly was the view of some people in Poland, their large-scale arms purchases. It doesn't seem to have worked particularly. You're not seeing an enormous amount of loyalty in return. Can Europe count on America if the worst comes to the worst? Will America have Europe's back, or do you really need to stand on your own, that you can't 100% count on the Americans being there for you?
No, I think you can count. If we're speaking about Poland, they have troops there. They have lots of troops there in Poland. So the decision of not putting more troops, that doesn't mean necessarily that US is abandoning Poland, for example. No, I wouldn't see it that way. I do believe US will not leave NATO. I believe US will be engaged in all the NATO activities and the NATO defense strategies when it comes to Europe. I don't believe US will abandon Europe. But we need to understand that we need to do more for ourselves and to be partners and to be in the same, to complete each other. Having US troops in the European soil, but also being able to combine those troops with the European troops and capabilities, of course, because we're speaking also about capabilities.
Is Romania involved at all in any of the efforts? I think it's the French and the British who are talking about organizing some sort of a joint effort to open up the Strait of Hormuz or potentially get involved in that. Are you at all involved in those talks, or is there any willingness on Romania's part to send naval vessels for such a mission?
We participated in some discussions. A decision hasn't been taken yet.
Okay. Now, you'd mentioned sort of European leg of defense, the SAFE program, in a country like yours, which does have fiscal difficulties, how important is the SAFE program to continuing your defense buildup?
Like in every country, it's very important. I do believe this program can revitalize the defense industry, because I don't know, take for example, if you build a shipyard or a factory for ammunition or for armaments, you also create jobs, you also develop the economy there. So of course, it's a very good thing to have this SAFE program, not only to rearm yourself, but also to put the money and the wheels of the economy working.
Now, we've talked a lot about Ukraine. You've got a singular neighbor, Moldova, ethnically largely Romanian, big historical ties. What's the defense relationship there? How do you sort of see that and that Russian presence in Transnistria? Are you talking to them a lot? Is there some level of cooperation?
Of course, as you know, Moldova is a neutral country. So, but because we are having our cultural attachment to the country and our ties to the country, we are helping them, and we will support their European integration path. Of course, we are helping them, whether we're talking about training or different exercises, or
so there is military cooperation.
Financially, we have some trainings that are doing or military exercises together, but that's it. Non-lethal help, just soft help, if you want to call it.
Right. And on the Ukraine side of things, do you think that in the end the NATO should admit Ukraine as a member?
For now, we cannot talk about that. Ukraine is in a war right now, so we can't talk about that. All these discussions, I do believe that can happen only after peace is installed in that region.
And Ukraine has sort of shifted from, in the very early phase of the war, to being sort of a security taker, I guess, with weapons and training and that sort of thing, from its European and American allies, to now actually offering security in return. What are some of the lessons that you're and Romania are drawing from the Ukrainian experience in war, and is that shaping your own defense sector?
Well, I do believe we all have to learn something from Ukraine. For example, and they have the best solutions for drones, for example, because we spoke about drones. We have this program when President Zelensky visited Bucharest, and the two presidents, Romania and Ukraine, signed the strategic partnership, also a program of making drones, manufacturing drones in Romania, and we are learning from the Ukrainians on that side, for example. So yeah, I do believe everybody can learn from Ukrainians, especially on drone.
Right. Now, where is Romania when it comes to military aid to Ukraine? What percentage of GDP have you committed to Ukraine for military help?
I cannot give you like a certain amount. We went through the mechanisms. For example, last year in 2025, in December, we went to NATO and we made the Pearl Initiative.
Right. Oh, so you're involved in Pearl?
Yes, we donated at the Pearl Initiative 50 million euros. That would be around $58 million. That was on December 30 or 31st, if I remember correctly. I don't remember. But anyway, it was in end of December 2025. So yes.
there's growing pressure from especially the Nordic countries, the Netherlands, Germany, that as a percentage of GDP, they are giving a lot more than other European countries. Are you feeling that pressure from those countries that Romania, other countries need to give more to Ukraine?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that we need to see it as a contest between countries. I mean, everybody.
I guess the
helps
Ukrainians
Ukraine.
would like to see it as a contest between countries to get
Everybody's helping Ukraine the way they can, because in the end, the security for European continent depends on the security of Ukraine. That is the reality, whether we like it or not. But I don't see it as a contest. You gave more, I gave less, or the other way around. We shouldn't see it that way.
Great. Well, thank you very, very much for taking part in today's conversation. We are going to have a short break, and then my colleague Anne McElvoy will be back at 4 p.m. with Jana Kusala, the Permanent Secretary at Finland's Ministry of Defense. And there's an even more important announcement, is that there are food and snacks available in the back room over there, and coffee over there. So if you need that, please go ahead and grab a snack. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Politico Speakeasy. For those of you joining us here in person and online, thank you so much. I'm Christina Gonzalez, executive producer of Politico's Events for Europe. For those of you in the room, I'd ask for your full attention because we have a really exciting interview lined up for you that is going to start right now. So to introduce our next guest, please help me welcome to the stage Anne McElvoy, our executive editor for Politico, and we are going to get this conversation underway. Give them a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Christina. Oh, it's nice to be up here. I've spent quite a lot of time sitting there, so now I've finally got promotion, and so I'm here, and very thrilled in the next half hour or so to have a conversation with my guest, Jana Kusela, who is Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Defence in Finland. I hardly need to say in this crowd, really at the centre of some of the most important calculations about how we take forward European security, particularly the situation in the north, and of course as a newish NATO member there with a particular perspective, which I think would be very interesting also for those of us, whose countries have been in NATO for longer. So I thought I might just start with looking at that perspective, if I could. Jana, hello, first of all.
Good to be here.
Thanks for joining us here at GLOBSEC. Now, you're one of several defence and foreign ministers attending from the Nordic and from the Baltic states, so you're very much exposed on the NATO eastern flank. Finland has really stepped up. It's stepped up as one of the strongest practical supporters of Ukraine, giving over 4 billion euros, I think, in military and development aid and humanitarian support since 2022. At the moment, and that it's obviously had this long in a short form tale of bringing you and others into NATO, it's really shaken the security order in Europe. If I were to read this year, and tell me, Anna, if you think this is right, I would say we went into it with a lot of people saying this is going to be a fateful spring in Ukraine, and then getting relatively good news and quite a lot of upbeat predictions that the war, with support from NATO and from allies like yourself, is now turning in Ukraine's favour. Do you welcome that, or is there a sense that it could possibly be a bit early to be making such sort of hopeful predictions?
Well, I mean, I guess we heard this many times over in the previous years that the war may be winding down and we are seeing chances for peace, but then the war goes on, and it's the 5th year now, and we all understand how terrible and tough this is for the Ukrainians to do this, and we do best to support them. I think, I mean, the only thing I can say that the Ukrainian people and their defense forces just keep surprising us how incredibly tough and skillful they are, and it's our duty to come up with the support they need and also the pressure to Russia. And I think, I mean, maybe one new or newer feature which I picked up lately is that there's maybe a wider recognition that actually it's not only Ukraine depending on the West, but it's actually us in Europe more and more depending on Ukraine in the future. They have the strongest military by far in our continent, and the innovation and the production capacity that Ukraine has mustered under these really difficult circumstances is really sets an example on us all, and we have so much to learn and gain from working with our Ukrainian colleagues.
If we look to the events of the last days, how concerned are you about increased drone activity potentially escalating into a confrontation between NATO and Russia, and possibly being engineered with that in mind? We've seen Ukrainian drones straying from Russia into the Baltic states in the last few days. Even last week, I think Finland stood down its defence forces after an alarm was sounded over suspected drone activities in airspace. And on one hand, we have an optimistic story that in drone technology, the iteration is so fast, the use of drones in the theatre of war is putting Ukraine, as you point out, not just in the position of a country that needs help, but a country that can contribute and has much to teach us. At the same time, populations will be saying, I'm kind of quite worried about this, that drones are being sent off track by Russia and either flying into or causing alarms to sound across the north of Europe. Just your thoughts on that?
Well, of course, like any country, Finland doesn't like the idea of having drones with explosives in payload heading to your direction, and we of course don't tolerate our airspace being violated. But having said that, we of course fully understand and recognize why this is taking place. Ukraine is trying to defend itself, and part of that is to hit in the depth of the enemy. And the Ukrainians have become more skillful in that, and the pace and the number of drones they can send to kind of far away targets inside Russia has increased a lot, and that's kind of then part of the ramifications is that when Russia is activating its air defenses, occasionally drones to escape from their intended flight paths. But then again, we have the capacity to act when and if that happens, and we have a good surveillance capacity, so we can put that in the right kind of context. And as you said, we are, as I guess everybody else, are really interested in the Ukrainian know-how and their technologies in both using drones and then counter drones.
Just to be a bit devil's advocate, you could say it's already had, thankfully, not a negative impact, as in all of this was prevented as it should be by the defensive shields. And you learn something every time, don't you? Even if it's unwelcome, you get some information to develop defences better in future. But we have actually seen in the Baltics, and I know Finland has particularly close a relationship with the Baltic states, it has unleashed a political instability. And that's also one of the things I think Moscow is aiming for here. We've seen the Latvian Prime Minister fire her defence minister over an incident leading to the fall of her government. So it's not like if the defences can entirely shield countries who are on the eastern flank from this kind of onslaught and from the fact that Russia is also learning new techniques to destabilize as well.
Yes, and I have to say I don't know enough the background of the kind of what happened in the politics of Latvia, but I can speak for Finland how it is that one of the cornerstones of our security and defense is that the people trust the authorities and their leadership, and it kind of gets very important in these kind of circumstances when they're kind of in the middle of their daily routines, their security feeling is shaken. So then it helps a lot when your population trusts that they are in good hands.
How do you see then the broader picture? Let's widen out a bit just from the north and the Baltics to Europe, and particularly as a recent entrant into NATO. Now we've seen the Supreme Allied Commander General Grinkovich hailing the Ukrainian fight, extraordinary resilience and innovation in the 5th year of the war this week, and saying everything the Allies have paid for is flowing, despite reports of some delays. But do you agree? I mean, I know we were just talking a bit backstage. You were saying you've been in the MOD in Finland for 30 years?
Almost 30 years.
Yeah, we're confessing to each other our relative vintage by the fact that I was in Moscow in the early 90s and occasionally visited Helsinki. So I don't think we can get away with lying about our age or on LinkedIn. But do you agree with that? It was quite an upbeat statement, and I think there was a feeling that NATO needed to say something quite optimistic. But do you think that armaments and supplies are really getting to Ukraine fast enough at scale?
Well, I think we are doing the best we can, and I know that, for example, Poland has a really critical role in all of this, and there are many countries who are supporting, kind of delivering the packages in time, and I mean, there's very little room for lags in the sense that Ukraine needs on a daily basis more ammunition and all the equipment, but my sense is also on the lines that it gets through, and you can see it also, I mean, in the Ukrainian success to hold on the defensive line against a much larger enemy in numbers, and an enemy which has also been learning kind of new things as the war has advanced. So I'm sure there's always room for improvement, but I know that the professionals and the service people who are dealing with these deliveries are doing the very best they can. I think it's more often the case, I mean, in a broader scale, is how rapidly the European governments are able to react and appropriate funding, and then things get rolling on.
But we have a bit of a mixed picture at the moment, don't we? Because you have that sort of relatively good news coming from Ukraine and that upbeat assessment there by the NATO general. At the same time, we're seeing if we go back the last weeks, we've seen the threat to move 5,000 troops, from President Trump. 5,000 troops would be a lot. Just hold that thought. The threat to move 5,000 troops out of Germany, and then the cancellation of a rotational deployment by the US to Poland, which prompted a lot of confusion among political, civilian, and military leadership. So, I mean, that's an aspect of this picture at the moment. Do you think that this weakens NATO?
Well, I mean, I think the President Trump has been kind of delivering on those lines which he spoke when he was campaigning and got elected, and he made it clear that he would like to see US having lesser boots on the ground in Europe and diminishing the presence, and we see some of that now. I don't think that's fatal for NATO's defense. I think the more important issue is that the United States remains committed to the alliance, and that is the case. I mean, we've heard it loud and clear that the United States is committed to NATO, but they expect Europeans to do more. And
can I just sort of really reality check on that? We've got two big, previously probably unthinkable moves to basically take forces out of Europe, and not just in Germany symbolically, but it's a major kind of command hub for lots of other operations, for lots of intelligence and also technological application of that presence. It's sometimes thought of as just a sort of we're a bit cross with Germany, so but I think it's more than that. Can you really say that there is a commitment to NATO, given that that's what is happening? I mean, is it ever so slightly sane washing something that is actually more of a withdrawal by the US than many people in NATO might like to think?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been participating in the NATO's defense ministerial meetings, all of them until now, and I think the message has been very clear what Secretary of War Hexet has been delivering for the European colleagues, and it is that US remains committed to NATO, but the US is also interested to have a lesser presence in NATO, and the US expects that Europeans will take more responsibility on the security of our own continent, and I think that's a fair deal. I mean, we should. I think it's about the time that we Europeans take more responsibility in our own security.
But we can't replace those numbers of troops right now, right? So I was wondering whether your president, Alexander Stubb, has got a good, has got a constructive relationship with the Trump administration and golf partner of Trump himself at times. Isn't there a role there to try, perhaps, to use that leverage? It sounds like you accept this idea that these troops are going to be pulled out or rotations aren't going to occur and, oh, well, we can step up in Europe. But we know it takes a long time. I mean, Finland may be somewhat exceptional here. And it's already had quite a lot of readiness because of the border with Russia. It's had a big whole society effort. And you've got national service. But that's not true of most of Europe. So it makes me wonder why you're relaxed, if I'm reading you correctly, about this withdrawal or this tendency just to pull back. In the end, it's manpower. It's noticeable.
Well, three things. First of all, not a surprise of what we've been hearing. And I mean, this is second term of President Trump, and we had these elements in the air in the first term as well. Secondly, I don't think the numbers is the issue. Europe's defense does not depend on 5,000 forces here or 10,000 there. You are right to say that Europe would need much more forces than we have, but we still do have forces in Europe, and we have them a lot in Finland. But what I focus more is the key capabilities, and Europe is very dependent on many key capabilities that we expect and hope that the US would deliver. And here's the thing, what we really need to focus on, and to acquire those capabilities in Europe. And that takes a lot from all of us. And the good thing is that we have now more investment, and we have the process in NATO's defense planning process where we have very targeted, meticulous system how to do it, but it will take some time.
Would you recommend exporting your national service model as a way? I mean, all the different societies represented here in the audience and beyond, using this phrase about whole society readiness, but a lot of them are a long way, frankly, from that. I mean, what do you think the lessons are from the Finnish model in terms of that engagement? I think it would be possible to export that without the dangerous proximity and the history that you've had with Russia.
Yeah, I mean, our model is specific, and it's kind of stems back to our near-death experience in the Second World War, and thereafter we have been honing this system where basically, I mean, everybody in Finland participates in defense, and it focuses a lot on the individual. The general conscription is a big part of it. When everybody serves, it has a connection to every Finnish family, and it gets very personal, and the Finnish people have skin in the game, and the threat perception is very clear. We have fought more wars with Russia than I can count. We were for 100 years part of Russian Empire, not a happy experience. So we kind of know why we are doing this, and we understand that the society we have and democracy we have can't be taken for granted. You need to defend it on a daily basis. So this is how it works in our system, and I think every country must find its own way that fits your history and background and your purposes and your system. But I mean, I'm sure there are some practical features that we can share.
How are your relations with Moscow at the moment? Because historically you had ties with Moscow and with whoever was in power there. Since you joined NATO, has there been a bit of a chill there on the hotline with Kremlin?
Well, the chill began when Russia launched the large-scale attack. And that was quite a bit before we joined NATO. So that's when we cut the connections basically on a higher level between the governments or between the political systems. So what we still do have is the border authorities meet occasionally to kind of compare the situation on the border, and the land border remains closed because Russia began to do instrumentalized immigration.
But Angela Merkel said, caused quite a stir with some comments in Germany in the last week or so, saying actually there should be more contact with Moscow, with the administration, with Vladimir Putin. Your view?
Well, I think, ultimately, we need to talk. Europe needs to talk ultimately with Moscow, and we need to. Russia is always our neighbor, and we have an inbuilt need to be in touch with our neighbor and deal with various issues. But I think we need to be very mindful is when is the time? Is there a kind of a genuine willingness of the other side to really negotiate and discuss? And then it needs to be coordinated among the Europeans. If and when we
You think the former chancellor was being a bit hasty with the desire to have a dialogue?
Well, I don't know if she was mentioning the time when to have it. And I think the basic idea is very understandable, and I kind of support that, but we need to be really careful about the timing, coordination, and then the coordinated message and the knowledge that the other side is genuinely willing to have a real discussion.
This week, a story, I don't know if you've been across it, but a plan in the UK to impose a ban on imports of diesel and jet fuels from Russia. Basically, it was watered down, the sanctions that were around that, amid concerns over supplies and price rises off the back, obviously, of the closure of the Straits of Hormuz and the ongoing crisis in Iran. Now, this caused quite a stir and a pushback in Kyiv with the sanctions commissioner in Ukraine saying that he disagreed with the UK approach, which was like, can you give us just take a break from the sanctions on this form of oil and gas? And I think it was to do with a perceived shortage or danger of shortage of jet fuel. Do you think that sent the wrong message in terms of staying on course on sanctions towards Russia?
Well, each government makes its own calls based on reasoning, and I'm not in a position to comment any other government's actions. But if you ask me in general, I would speak for rather more sanctions than easing of the sanctions. So we need to really keep up the pressure on the sanctions.
But that's, could you imagine Finland making a kind of move that the UK made, however temporary it's intended to be?
Well, we haven't had such a discussion in Finland.
Yeah. But you would prefer that sanctions were more consistent, in other words?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, well, I think message received on that one. I think that message might well be heard in London. Do you think we'll get to anything like ceasefire talks in the next year, Russia-Ukraine, or are we still so far away from that because of the conduct of the war, the deepening of the conflict?
Sorry, can you say again?
Do you think we will get anywhere near ceasefire talks?
Okay,
Last thought on that, really.
It's really difficult to say. First of all, I haven't heard that Russia has backed down a bit from their original demands of what they demand from Ukraine, and basically they want to make sure that Ukraine ceases to exist as a sovereign nation and a nation that can choose its own integration to the West, and as long as that holds, I see very little room for ceasefire. The United States has been working hard to negotiate and facilitate the ceasefire, and that hasn't materialized to a ceasefire. And I ask myself, if the United States can't do that, then who can? So, of course, we all do hope that the war would end rather sooner than later, and Ukrainians could start to recover from the long conflict and get back to normal life. That's clear. But it's really difficult to say when that moment comes, when the conditions are right.
Jana Kuzala, thank you very much. I think we ranged quite far and wide in a short conversation. So thank you very much for joining me on stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to take a short break. I will be back talking to Ana Brnabić from Serbia, the Speaker in the National Assembly, former Prime Minister. So do stay with us for that. It's time to grab a quick breath of air and a cup of coffee, and I'll be back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Politico Speakeasy. Our next session is going to get right underway, so I'm going to introduce Anne McElvoy, our executive editor here at Politico, who is going to introduce our very special next guest. So please help me welcome them to the stage. Some applause. Thank you. All right.
I rely on Christina to get me a round of applause. It's what colleagues are for. Great to be back, and I see a few other people have joined the room, so welcome. Here I have with me someone I'm very much looking forward to talking about at this critical time in Europe's story and in our defence and security journey, and that's Ana Brnabić, the Speaker of the National Assembly in Serbia and former Prime Minister indeed. Well, welcome to the Speakeasy here at the GLOBSEC Forum here in Prague and Politico.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
I hope so. It's too late now. We can't. Yeah, you can't get out at this point. And for talking to me for the Brussels Playbook Weekender podcast as well, just to flag to everyone in the room, we will be making this podcast. My producer Peter Snowden is alongside, and you will be able to get that tomorrow with a couple of great conversations from here, from the Speakeasy, and featuring Anna as well. So Anna, we've met on the road a couple of times, but I think we met about
it was a long time ago. I was Prime Minister, and we met unbelievably in Hong Kong.
We met in Hong Kong, as we do on the international circuit. So, you've had an extraordinary journey. You've been Prime Minister of your country. You're now a Speaker of Parliament. The European kaleidoscope has definitely been shaken, as has the global geopolitical one since we had that conversation, I want to say, about 6-7 years ago. How are you finding the mood? And I think of the mood here in Prague, where we meet, and in your native Belgrade. Is it sort of jittery, particularly over these, the sense of the war with Ukraine and Russia is ongoing, the drone incursions in the Baltic states, the questions over America's posture in European security? I mean, just give us a sense of the mood as you're feeling it.
Well, I will start with how this impacts our European integration path, because for Serbia, much like for all other Western Balkans partners, EU integration is kind of number one strategic priority. And I think faced with all of these challenges, the EU is also changing, and the EU is changing their standpoint towards enlargement, and obviously this is becoming an increasingly hot topic. Also thinking more ambitiously about Ukraine, Moldova, also Iceland, and so in the Western Balkans, obviously including Serbia, we're looking at things from that perspective. That's kind of politically. Economically, obviously, we feel all of the economic challenges and grievances that everyone else does in Europe and across the world, unfortunately, because of other conflicts. And we try to actually use the buffers that we have accumulated over time to ease this burden on our citizens and our economy. Succeeding thus far, we have had the biggest GDP growth of all European countries in first quarter of 2026, which is 3%, which is not high, but it also tells you a little bit about the struggle of European economy in general.
Well, let me unpack some of that, because you went straight towards the EU accession as a priority question for your country. And the EU has stepped up efforts to integrate Western Balkan nations, including Serbia, since the Russia full-scale invasion of Ukraine. I mean, I think that's been seen, as you put it, as a part of this kind of balancing and an attempt to come to the best possible arrangement there. But Serbia is very confusing in some ways on this, isn't it? I mean, you have a country that wants to get into the EU, as you put it at the very top of your answers. Yes. Because Anna and I always have a bit of a fight, so she's smiling at me already. But you want to get into the EU, but at the same time, President Vucic maintains close relationships with Russia which is engaged in a war of aggression against Ukraine. And he even turned up to Victory Day in Russia alongside Vladimir Putin last year. And isn't there a danger that this, the two stools, two chairs, road for Serbia just weakens any prospect of you joining the EU?
Well, to be honest, it doesn't make things easier on us, which is more than obvious since we did not open any new cluster in the EU integration process since December 2021. I was still Prime Minister at the time, and I remember well that at the time when I was in Brussels, we were ready, technically ready to open two clusters, cluster 4, not to be too administrative, but just to explain, which is on energy and green agenda, and cluster 3, which is basically on economy and competitiveness. And at that point in time, that also shows you how EU has changed quite dramatically. At that point in time, what we heard from Brussels was it might be too much to open two clusters at the same time, whereas now they're opening all of the clusters to Albania and Montenegro kind of in a day. So, at the time, that was 2021, it was too much to open two clusters to Serbia, although we were ready in
but,
one go.
the big difference is 2022.
Yeah, but in one go. And so you see, and we agreed that, okay, we're not going to do it in one go. We're going to open one cluster in December 2021. And then by mid of 2022, we're going to open another cluster, the cluster 3 on economy and competitiveness. Hasn't been opened to date. So basically almost five years. Although for 5 consecutive progress reports, the European Commission was saying that Serbia is ready and gave recommendations to all of EU member states to open this cluster. Why wasn't it open? Because we haven't aligned fully with the EU foreign security policy. And so obviously...
So hang on a minute, you're going quick first. Why not then? Why not, if the EU accession is so important to the future of your country, and as you point out, you've got you've got a lot of things on your side, and I know you're partly responsible in your former role, in finance in Serbia. But do you think that in the end, if Serbia really wants to join the EU, then it cannot at the same time be keeping these tight ties to Moscow and suggesting a kind of fraternal relationship with the Putin administration?
Well, firstly, I wouldn't say these are really fraternal relationships, and I think that the tight ties are kind of perception and the narrative that I think does not actually shows that clear of a picture. We sure have the President Alexander Vučić has a communication with President Putin, but I would argue that some other EU leaders even have some communication with Putin or Putin's administration, which
but
in my
not
view
many
is
of them
kind
turn up to Russia Victory Day.
Not many, but some do, even today, or even this year.
I'm struggling to think.
Robert Fico did this year for the Victory Day, the Prime Minister of Slovakia. But Alexander
indeed,
Vučić,
and they are the countries most aligned with Russia and
EU member state. But Alexander Vučić was there on the 80th anniversary, so a big anniversary, to commemorate what has happened 80 years ago. He wasn't in Moscow on the Victory Parade this year. But having said that, I would also like to say 2 things. Firstly, that Serbia has aligned 100% in values. What we have said clearly is that what has happened is a clear act of aggression. What has happened is also a clear breach of international law. We have voted alongside our EU partners in the UN General Assembly to condemn the act of aggression. We have voted to expel Russia Federation from Human Rights Council. So in terms of values, we have 100% aligned. The only thing we did not do is that we did not introduce sanctions to Russian Federation. And the whole narrative and the perception that is pushed there is that almost because obviously the whole world came to be very simplistic at the black and white, is that when I say this in Brussels, people get surprised and say, really? You have condemned the Russian aggression of Ukraine? And we said, yes. You are the ones who are saying that you are completely respecting territorial integrity of Ukraine? I said, yes.
But no sanctions.
At the same time, Ukraine is respecting territorial integrity of Serbia. Ukraine is one country that did not recognize the so-called Kosovo. So I would say that the perception is one thing, and in my view, the only reason why we haven't introduced sanctions to Russian Federation is that we were subjected to sanctions back in the 90s. Our people do not like sanctions, but if you look at the EU,
well, the whole point of sanctions is you're not supposed to like them. They're supposed to put a pressure point on you to change behaviour. My last guest, maybe I don't know if you just came in. Okay, just
I would
press
argue
your
that.
points.
I would argue that. I first of all think that the way that we are kind of almost being taught is that EU is primarily the European family of nations based on values, and in terms of values, we have aligned. In terms of sanctions, we don't have that big of an trade exchange with Russia. If you think about it, we have more trade exchange with Bosnia and Herzegovina than with Russia. So it's insignificant. It's completely insignificant.
I think it just comes to the fact that in the end, you're sending two different messages. You say you're aligned on the values, but you don't really take the same pressure points, or you don't want to use, and you may just think it's not in your national interest. Is it your national interest not to align with the EU on certain aspects?
Absolutely not. I would completely disagree with that. And also the rules of the game, when we started the game back in the negotiations with the EU back in 2014, as much like everyone else, is that you have this gradual alignment with common foreign security policy. And you need to align 100% before entering into the EU. Now, those rules of the game have changed, but I don't think that is actually fair, because when you align 100% with EU common foreign security policy, you're a member of the EU. You have full security and protection, economic as well as all other, from the EU. We do not have that. We are treated whenever there is some kind of a mess, say a trade war between US and the EU. We are treated as a third country, but we are supposed to 100% align. I don't think it's fair. It's not in our national interest. And so I do believe that EU needs to understand that.
So the EU Enlargement Commissioner, Marta Kos, has said Serbia could lose access to about 1.5 billion euros, a considerable amount of EU funds, if it fails to halt what she called democratic backsliding, and talked, of course, about some of the treatment of protesters in the protests in Serbia across the last year, and coming back this year in some forms. She says we're increasingly worried about what's happening in Serbia and assessing whether the country fulfills the conditions for payments under the EU's financial instruments. I mean, that does not sound as if your country is perceived to be on the route there towards the EU. And, there are credible reports, Politico and others, of repressive measures against the opposition in Serbia.
Well, if we look at the oppressive measures that one can see in the Netherlands or in France or in Germany towards protesters, even at the registered protests, and we had more than 13,000 unregistered protests, I wouldn't say again that we had kind of measures that would even meet what we see in some other EU member states. But that is beside the point, and it's up for a much larger discussion and much larger argument.
I mean, I'm not seeing a lot of, the tear gassing of protesters. It's been intense, and you could see what, in some ways.
We haven't seen tear gas. Perhaps it was Netherlands or it was Slovenia.
So you're basically saying that some of this narrative you feel is not accurate.
But absolutely. We saw, for example, interestingly, tear gas and water cannons used against protesters in Albania, but no one said a word. And why is that? In my view, because Albania has aligned 100% with common foreign security policy. And then, you turn a blind eye to anything, whereas in case of Serbia, you basically, you do push to quite a large extent false narratives, and also apply different kind of standards. But again, going back to Marta Kos's statement, it was related to a set of judicial laws that were changed, and we're now working on this. And on 12th of June, I'm going to attend the Venice Commission plenary session to discuss that, and I hope that soon enough we will have this cleared.
Let's widen out a bit and talk about relations between Kyiv and Belgrade. Obviously, complicated because of some of the factors on Serbia's stance. Now, President Zelensky was supposed to have visited Belgrade this week, which I think would have been his first visit since the start of the full-scale invasion. But there are reports that that visit has been postponed and that instead Taras Kachka, the Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration, is expected to visit. Do you know why Zelensky isn't going to go to Belgrade?
No idea. I'm not sure that was an officially confirmed visit. I have really great relations with my counterpart, the president of the Ukrainian Parliament, Verkhovna Rada, Mr. Stefanchuk, and we are constantly in touch. I hope that he will soon visit Serbia, because I was in November of last year in Kiev, a really good visit. But today it was a very good visit from the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Kachka, and just signed the MOU on cooperation on our joint EU integration efforts. And also open discussions on signing the free trade agreement between Ukraine and Serbia, and we hope that those negotiations will be able to conclude successfully by the end of the year. So quite a lot of exchange between Ukraine and Serbia.
So the former NATO Secretary General, I should say, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, told my colleague Nick Vineker today on the stage that Ukraine has to be a bulwark in maintaining European security against Russia. I think we heard also someone contributing from the Romanian position saying something very similar. Do you agree with that analysis?
Well, again, I can't comment as someone who's not an EU member state nor a NATO member state, but I do hope for peace, to be perfectly honest. I think that we all need peace, and we all need to, if I may say, be a little bit more pragmatic. Because at the end of the day, you know, what kind of world we will leave to generations that follow us. I think that we have, for one reason or the other, become, as I said, very simplistic, and everything is black and white. And the compromise has become the word which portrays weakness rather than responsibility. So in that respect, you know, we have a little bit, again, also of a different view towards this point. And we have been suffering through wars for a decade, since the 90s. And we know how difficult it is to recover from wars, economically, politically, socially, and to rebuild countries. So the longer this goes on, the more it will be difficult for everyone. So
when you say compromise, what do you mean? Do you mean that Ukraine should enter compromises?
No, I don't mean that necessarily. I think that, you know, dialogue is needed, you know, and I think that, you know, once you have a dialogue, you know, you definitely have at the end of the day, that dialogue, some kind of an agreement. You know, how this agreement looks like, I don't know. But again, I would say that Serbia was one of the rare countries that has always, under all of the conditions, no matter how difficult it was, has stood beside and behind the concepts of the international law and full compliance without exception of the rules of the international law and UN Charter. You know, Serbia was the first country, many of you probably don't know, I think Serbia was the first country to come out and say that we will never recognize the results of the referendum in the 4 occupied territories in Ukraine. But we have experienced similar things with Kosovo and Metohija.
Yeah, but you had, as I say, there was also a certain Serbian self-interest in that, wasn't there? Because you've had such a fractured history from the 90s, and you've had places and territories that wanted to break away, but some of them also wanted to compare that kind of self-determination with the use of the referendums in the occupied territories by Russia. That's also a bit dubious, isn't it?
I don't think so, because when you start interpreting the rules of the international law and the UN Charter, then there is no more international law and the UN Charter. And that is the world that we are living in today.
But
we
do interpret it though. It is.
But
legally
I disagree. I think
constrained.
if you listen carefully to President Zelensky of Ukraine, he always keeps repeating that number one principle, the most important principle of the international law, is the sanctity of territorial integrity of internationally recognized countries. Once you start debating that, then you're opening Pandora's box. And we have opened Pandora's box. In my view, the world has opened it in case of Serbia. Now, year after year, decade after decade, that Pandora's box is actually causing different troubles across the world, which actually led us to live in the world which resembles much more the 19th century rather than 21st century. So we are actually going backwards in history and in terms of peace and stability in the world.
I would just say, because I didn't know you then, but I covered the fall of Yugoslavia and some of the conflicts, that the Pandora's box might have also been the construct of Yugoslavia and the way that fell apart. And I think we possibly don't entirely agree on the role of everyone involved in that. But here we are, as you point out, it's a different situation in Serbia. Many other differing and some challenges that go back to the immediate post-Cold War period, and some that perhaps we would not have expected when we met a few years ago. Just before we close, something that I don't know how many people in this audience know this about you, but I do. You are the world's greatest Depeche Mode fan. And
yes.
Is this still the case? I know that's a bit of a hard term from what we were just talking about.
But
this was actually one of those funny things when you get to know someone and you realise, there's a lot of conversation, in particular I thought on those last points about self-determination. I think, there are many challenges for another interview to put
But to be honest...
but one thing I was fascinated by is you were educated partly at a very high level in the UK as an economist, where you once told me that you just basically fell in love with Depeche Mode. So I thought we should let you just tell us why.
I love them. I don't know, since I was very young. But more recently, I went back to Cranberries.
Oh, you like the Cranberries?
Yes.
Oh.
So, but it's like, I feel kind of embarrassed because I feel like I'm 120 years old right now, but which is also okay.
Favorite Cranberries track? We might as well do Desert Island.
Linger, absolutely.
Linger.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, did we all like that one? Yeah.
Who's also 120 years old.
I think you were just winning the audience over on your Cranberries.
Okay, great. At least, if not Serbian politics, then at least my choice of songs. I get some benefit in the end of this interview.
You did.
I do get some break.
Harsh but fair, but we could agree on Depeche Mode. My producer Peter Snowden had 3 suggestions for you from Depeche Mode. Favourite song titles: It's No Good, Never Let Me Down Again, or Enjoy the Silence.
Right now, Enjoy the Silence.
And a bit of it. Thank you very much indeed.
And you are as tough as I remember.
See you again in a few years. For the kind of Wimbledon of international defence and security. But thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Just keep enjoying the day. Bye. That's so nice to see you.
wait here and just give me 1 minute. I'll be back. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our final session here at the Politico Speakeasy at the GLOBSEC Forum. How exciting. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm sure I've seen familiar faces throughout the day, and we hope that you stick around after our final conversation because we are going to be hosting a reception here. So do stick around, and we hope to see you, to talk over a drink or a coffee or what have you. But before that, I'm really excited to introduce our final conversation for tonight. This is going to be moderated by my colleague, Ben Maku, and we are going to be speaking with Roger Martella. He is the CEO of GE Vernova. Please help me welcome them to the stage. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ben Maku. I'm an energy reporter in Brussels for Politico, and welcome to our Speakeasy at the GLOBSEC Forum. This is Roger Martella, CEO of GE Vernova. Thanks for coming.
Chief Corporate Officer, if I may.
Chief Corporate Officer. Okay,
Thank you.
Gotcha. Thanks for coming. Second time we talked today. You were on a panel with that I hosted earlier. Just to start things off, macro, what are some of the lessons that GE Vernova learned being spun out of General Electric?
Sure. Well, Ben, first, thank you for the opportunity to visit with you, invite me into the Speakeasy. What a great space this is, and appreciate all the leadership that Politico has and that we learn from you every day in covering these issues. So as you mentioned, 2 years ago, GE Vernova became a separate company. We were, a 135-year-old company going back to Thomas Edison, who started the electrification revolution. And we had become this big, massive conglomerate. And there was a sense that we needed to be a purpose-built company focused on electrification. Again, so 2 years ago, we rang the bell in the stock market. And I think we had understood a bullish case that electricity was important. The world needed more electricity, and we wanted to provide it. I'm not sure the rest of the world had caught up to us at that point. But 2 years later, I think they have. And energy security, needing to provide for artificial intelligence, making affordable, reliable, sustainable electricity, and breakthrough technologies to decarbonize and electrify have become kind of some of the leading parts of policy all around the world. So we've been honored to serve. You asked what we've learned. We've seen a reception to what we're doing. I think when we rang the bell 2 years ago, we were a $30 billion company that morning. 2 years later, I was back at the stock exchange on Earth Day. We were a $300 billion company that day. And I think it's not that that's what matters, but to me, it's one of the things that just shows how much these issues have grown so quickly. If we're the leading electrification company, 1/3 of the world's electricity, and a market capitalization that went up 10 times in 2 years, we're just one of many that's experienced that. But it just reinforces, I think, the urgency and the exponential impact that these issues are having.
Can we talk broadly about how the war in Iran and the energy crisis has affected your company?
Yeah, so when we think about the situation in Iran, we think about energy security generally. Both how are we making sure everybody has access to clean, affordable, reliable, sustainable electricity, and how are we also managing supply chains, because the world's moving very fast and we have to keep them up. I would actually go back even further than Iran. I would go back to the European Union and Ukraine to about 4 years ago, because to me, what happened in Ukraine really led the European Union to be the first to sound the alarm for energy security. Up until then, up until 4 years ago, I think both Europe and the world took electrification for granted. You flip a switch, you turn on the lights, everybody kind of understood it. Ukraine became this wake-up call for Europe that they can no longer take that for granted. And then we saw other things happen. We saw physical attacks on the grid in the United States. We saw energy security, we saw cybersecurity, we saw weather events. And so to me, what's happening in Iran is another example of why energy security, maybe even energy independence, security of supply, has become the driving policy for a whole continent like Europe. But we're seeing, for different reasons, the rest of the world also, the US has this energy dominance agenda. We're seeing Asia kind of come together to create a whole region of energy security as well, the Middle East as well. So to me, it's not so much what's happening in Iran as a catalyst. It's more another reason for why we're seeing these issues accelerate. And maybe nobody would have predicted Iran, but I think everybody was kind of anticipating there would be another shakeup when it came to the security of energy.
I'm in Brussels most of the time. Obviously, right now, the conversation is so much to do with electrification. There's the grids package. How does your company kind of see itself playing a role in that?
We play a very unique role when it comes to the EU and electrification and even the relationship with the US. So first and foremost, we're headquartered in the US. Our headquarters is in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It's always been in the US going back to Thomas Edison. But we have 25,000 employees. We have 60 factories and facilities here in Europe. It's actually larger of a footprint than we have in the US. So we have this very unique role as the only US headquartered company that makes this equipment in the US, but also makes it in Europe. And so what we have found in this environment, where sometimes the rhetoric can be pretty sharp on both sides when it comes to these issues, we try to be a little bit of an olive branch, a little bit of shuttle diplomat, and bring the two sides together, because we're seeing a lot of momentum on these issues in North America when it comes to energy security, growth of capacity, supply chain, all of that. North America, new technologies. And we're seeing this great intent in Europe. I think Europe has had this conviction on energy security in these topics. But I think we're seeing a little bit more of a disparity at the pace at which North America is moving versus the pace with which Europe's moving. And what we want to do is help close that. We think everything is strongest when North America and Europe are together just as strong as a united front. And nothing is more important than for Europe to succeed. I believe that. I believe the Trump administration believes that. I think if you look at the presence of the ambassadors and other officials from the Trump administration who come over here to try to work on energy security, there's a lot of partnership going on. So my role a bit when I come to Brussels is to how can we serve Europe? How can we help you be at the same level when it comes to not just energy, but jobs, innovation, competitiveness, breakthrough technologies, so that we are this united front. That's good for Europe, and I think it's good for the planet. And so that's my number one priority in engaging with Brussels. And electrification and grid is a big part of that. We make most of this technology in Europe, all kinds of electrification equipment, renewable energy equipment, even gas turbines, and we want to be doing more when it comes to nuclear with small modular reactors.
Do you see Europe's very ambitious decarbonization, environmental goals, do you see that as at all a hindrance for them? Like, is that not just for your company, but also just broadly speaking?
I think it can be a source of strength if it's balanced in the right way. So Europe is the clean energy leader in the world. Maybe you could find one other country perhaps that stands out, but Europe is the clean energy leader. So we should be proud of that. And I think it has been a proof point for how you can lead with clean energy. I think it's more than 50%, or maybe I should say renewable energy. My suggestion, respectfully though, would be to continue that. But to also be balanced with dispatchable energy. I think there's been perhaps an overweight on how quickly to go on renewable energy, sometimes leaving what we call dispatchable energy behind, which is the 24/7 type of energy that puts the inertia on the grid that you need to build a strong renewable. So gas is the primary foundation for that today. Gas technology can be decarbonized over time through hydrogen and carbon capture and things like that. And Europe's had kind of mixed views, I'd say, if I'm being optimistic, on gas. And I think we'd like to see more of that baseload energy worked in. Nuclear, I think, is the opportunity of the future, small modular reactors, because that has the benefit of both being baseload and zero emissions, which is very important to Europe. So that would be my suggestion. I wouldn't take anything away from the clean energy, and I think they want to continue to be the leader. It's not just good for the electrons, it's good for innovation, it's good for the jobs and the competitiveness. They kind of own that space, but a little more balance when it comes to some of the other energies that are needed for reliability, affordability, and security.
Small modular reactors. It's like the topic I really want to talk about. I'm originally Canadian. I was, you cannot escape the commercials in Canada, especially in Ontario. The first SMR of the G7. Obviously, your company has a lot to do with that. There is skepticism around this technology. So, I think obviously this goes around nuclear in general. But what are the benefits?
Right, and so Canada's doing an amazing job there, and now we see, I think, the U.S. catching up very much, and we're seeing U.S. deployment of small modular reactors, and that's where we want to help Europe. There's a few benefits here. The first is, I think, the obvious one I stated, is you have dispatchable energy, 24/7 energy that can create the foundation for a safe, secure, reliable, affordable grid, but you have it with zero emissions. And you also have the security of supply. I don't think anyone's really debating the security of fuels when it comes to small modular reactors. The goal of small modular reactors is you no longer have a bespoke product. These are effectively a common design that you can build like widgets, one after another, and so you can do it at better cost and better scale over time. And that's exactly what we're learning. So we see all of that as benefits. I think much of Europe agrees with that. If you look at the Nordics, Sweden and Estonia are kind of leading, as well as Central and Eastern Europe, Poland, Bulgaria, Romania, and Hungary, and others are also taking a leadership role, kind of being the proof point for this technology. We are proud of what's happening in Canada. We're proud of the partnership. And our goal is to make sure that small modular reactors not only win on technology, but they also win on cost. They have to do that. We understand the stakes. And so what we're doing is Canada is the first of its kind. We're doing well on time. We're doing well on budget. But we're going to keep driving that budget curve. So when we're ready to build here in Europe, and we want to do it as soon as possible, we've taken those lessons from Canada. We've learned from those. We've probably taken some lessons from the United States, which could start construction as early as this summer. And we're applying those fully in Europe so that when we introduce SMRs here, they're fully cost competitive across the board.
How would you pitch them to? Because I mean, I've had so many different types of conversations about SMRs in general. I spoke recently with a Ukrainian representative who said, we could potentially be, a bastion of these if we enter the EU, because they think that it's much more acceptable in their society to have these nuclear reactors. The convincing aspect of it won't really exist. So, that's even after Chernobyl, this is something that that it's well accepted. But in other parts of Europe, there's a lot more skepticism. So for the average European citizen who says, are they safe? Are they safe? What would be your answer to that?
We have a lot of experience. We have decades of experience now with this technology. The reason our product has kind of taken the lead, it's the first to go. Doesn't mean there's not other great technologies out there. Are, but ours is just going first, and that's just a fact. And that's been something that's resonated with places like Ukraine and Eastern Europe and the Nordics. The reason is we call our technology the BWRX. It's a boiling water reactor, but it's the 10th generation. So we have 80 of them operating around the world. They've been operating for decades. And what we've done is we've taken a well-known technology that any nuclear engineer could look at, understand, look at the blueprints and say, oh, I know exactly how that works. But we've shrunk it down in a modular way, so we're not building them bespoke. We're building them more like the widgets. And that's been extremely well received. A couple years ago, there was some pushback on us. So this is kind of boring. We want the next generation of everything. We want you taking more risk. And we stuck to our guns. We're like, we think this is what the world needs. We need more of an evolutionary product than a revolutionary product. And it turns out, I think the world doesn't want to take a lot of risk with nuclear right now. And so for those who are open-minded, but have some skepticism, we would be the least risky thing. We'd be the surest thing out there. And that's become really important. Now, we hope this opens the door for other technologies. There should be more innovation, and we support that. But that's why I think we've seen such a strong response.
A question kind of the moment, because you can't escape it across, whether you're scrolling on Instagram or, not that I do that.
I'll take your word on it.
Yeah, totally. Definitely. My screen time's really low. AI, data centers. Do you think that the grids in Europe can even handle these things coming online? Because obviously we talked about it backstage, but there's a lot of them coming online in the United States and also in Europe. Can the grid handle it here?
Yeah. It goes back to my issue about how we want Europe to be as strong as the US. I hope that they can, because I want to see Europe thrive. I want to see Europe's economy. I want to see the job opportunities for all people just as strong in Europe as they are in North America. And data centers is a big part of that. That's a growth opportunity. I'd hate to see Europe miss out on that. So I can't speak to the geography and where they could be located and things like that. I know there's different siting issues, but that is our goal. Our goal is to make the grid here so strong and so resilient with baseload power, with renewable energy, that will not be the deciding factor. Maybe there's a siting question, maybe there's access to water, but we never want access to electricity to be it. And those are the conversations we're having. SMRs are a big part of that. SMRs are like the logical fit for data centers, and we're seeing a lot of interest in hyperscalers, probably more than anyone else right now, to connect those two together.
And going forward for SMRs, are you really planning on them? They're going to pick up momentum. You're going to get more and more orders for them, you think?
We are. I think they are picking up momentum. And a year ago this week, President Trump released some executive orders on accelerating nuclear. Nuclear had been quite stagnant in the United States, similar to here, and he said, I'm going to accelerate this. So he issued these executive orders. I think a lot of people could debate the power of an executive order in any administration. They tend to maybe not always meet the expectations. But I wrote an op-ed this week that said what the president did was accelerate nuclear 5 years, and that's a very rare thing. We've seen them move to the left in North America by 5 years, and we've got the opportunity for 4 in Canada, 10 that have been kind of announced in partnership with Japan and the United States, and we see the opportunities in Europe coming down the horizon, perhaps as early as this summer for some announcements. So this is not hypothetical, and what we're doing is not saying whether. We're focused on the execution because we know these first ones matter. We know the world is watching us. We have to deliver in Ontario on time and on budget, and we have to prove that this is not a charitable initiative. This is a business. We're going to run it like a business. We're going to hold ourselves accountable like a business. So it's not a question of whether. It's a question of how soon can we do it, and what we're finding is we're doing it sooner than we would have even anticipated 6 months ago.
I read some reporting. I believe there's actually a journal article about it in the summer that talked about whether or not there would be enough nuclear materials to actually be mined, but to reach the demand. Because obviously, even China is getting big on SMRs as well. They see it as a potential part of their energy packages. Is enough material, like we're talking about the mined materials, like uranium, plutonium, is that at all a concern for the future, or is that something you just see will get scaled up?
Well, I think you're right on China, which goes back to the competitiveness point, right? Yeah. If we don't do it, China's certainly going to do it. And I think everybody would rather see North America and Europe have a joint product together with a supply chain, with workers and a workforce, so that we can be competitive globally. I could answer your question in 2 ways. I think one is about the raw materials and one is about the fuels. I haven't heard a concern about access to the raw materials, the uranium and other types of things. There could be one, and I'm not aware, but I haven't heard that. There is a bigger question mark around access to fuels. Our technology has a bit of a benefit because it's the 10th generation, remember, so it's using the same fuels we've used for decades out of the same factory that's been running for decades. But as we look at the next generation of technologies, there's more of a focus on, is there a secure supply chain for refining the fuels? Is that a Russia supply chain? Can we duplicate that supply chain outside of Russia? And that's a complicating factor we do have to figure out. I'm confident it will be solved for those other technologies, but it is something that needs to be solved.
So you're doing work in Canada.
Yes.
Doing work in the United States. You mentioned today in the last panel about permitting. I'm wondering, in Europe specifically, permitting and process times in Europe have a bit of a notorious reputation, and I'm wondering your perspective on that.
Yeah, it is a concern for Europe. It's a concern for the United States. I do think the United States is trying to solve for it pretty aggressively. I think Europe's trying to solve for it. But I have a global role at a global company. We're in 100 markets. We help produce a third of the world's electricity. And when I look around the world, there's pros and cons to everywhere, but I will say I worry about this. I worry about this for Europe, and I worry about this for the US, because if you're going to invest $1, there's regions of the world, whether in Asia or the Middle East, where you can invest that $1 and you know within a given time that $1 is going to be put to use. And if you come to Europe, it could be 10 years before you get your permit. When you come to the US, it could be 7 years before you get your permit. That's not sending the right message that Europe or the US want to be a bastion of the world's most competitive, innovative technologies when the permitting uncertainty is so high. So a lot of work going on in the US, some through Congress, some through the executive branch to solve for that. I know Europe is also understands, no one will debate this here. I think they recognize it. There's a lot of bureaucracy here even to advance those policies. And I've seen Germany, for example, I think be the poster child for the whole world in terms of how to solve it. Germany's got this very creative system where it will give you a guarantee that if you invest $1 in this type of project in this area, you're going to get your permit within X amount of months. I love that. I'd love to see that as a template in more places. But until you can solve for permitting, I do feel like you're going to be held back just given the global competition for these dollars.
Do you see, I mean, obviously in Germany, there's been a lot of debate around nuclear. Do you see SMRs in Germany?
I won't speak for Germany, but I would foresee good conversations about SMRs and open-mindedness to it. I think the rationality of German policy will want to take a very close, objective look at it.
And beyond SMRs, what do you see in terms of alternative energy sources that you want to be involved in, your company is involved in?
A lot of what we focus on beyond SMRs is taking what I talk base load energy, right? The world needs those 24/7 electrons. Right now, those are coming from gas in some parts of the world, coal, and ultimately nuclear. So a lot of our technologies around the corner are focused on how do we decarbonize that base load electron. So using hydrogen as a fuel, we've run more than 100 turbines for, I think, 8 million hours on hydrogen. Carbon capture and sequestration. We have a project in UK called Net Zero Teesside. It's the first commercial opportunity to capture carbon off of H-class heavy-duty turbines and things like that, and also direct air capture and ammonia as a fuel. So we want to do what we do the best. There was a time when GE was trying to do it all for all people, and I think what we learned in our separation is when we focus on what we know the best, we're going to be the strongest. So it's really focused on how do we decarbonize the types of technologies that put the base load energy onto the grid, and we see SMRs as one of those decarbonization technologies as well.
Great. Well, thank you for finishing off the day for us. I really appreciate you being here, and that was awesome.
Thank you, Ben. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.